Chapter 16 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Kathleen Takes Ruth to Town. When Kathleen ran upstairs, her heart was bubbling over with the first real fierce anger she had almost ever felt in her life. She was a spirited, daring girl, but she also had a sweet temper. Now her anger was roused. Her heart beat fast. She clenched one of her hands. "Oh, if I had Alice here, wouldn't I give it to her?" she said to herself. "If I had that detestable Miss Ravenscroft here, wouldn't I give her a piece of my mind? How dare she order me about? Am I not Kathleen O'Hara of Carrigrohane? Is not my father a sort of king in old Ireland? And what is she? I'll prove to her that I defy her. I will go to see Aunt Katie O'Flynn. Nothing shall keep me back." Carried away by the wild wave of passion which consumed her, Kathleen dressed hastily for her expedition. She was indifferent now as to what she wore. She put on the first headdress which came to hand, buttoned a rough, shabby-looking jacket over her velvet dress, snatched up her purse, which lay in a drawer, and without waiting for either gloves or necktie, ran downstairs and out of the house. "I will go. I haven't the slightest idea how I am to get there, but I will go to Aunt Katie O'Flynn. I shall be in the train and far enough away before they have discovered that I have gone," was her thought. From Mrs. Tennant's house to the station was the best part of a mile, but Kathleen was fleet of foot and soon accomplished the distance. She was just arriving at the station when she saw Ruth Craven coming to meet her. Ruth had enjoyed her hour with Miss Renshaw, and was altogether in high spirits. Kathleen stopped for a minute. "Oh, Ruth," she said, "will you come to town with me? It would be so nice if you would. I am going to meet Aunt Katie O'Flynn. It would not be a bit wrong of you to come. Do come, do, Ruthie." "But I can't in this dress," said Ruth, who felt suddenly very much tempted. "Of course you can. Why, Aunt Katie is such a darling. She'll take us out if we want things and buy them on the spot. And what does dress matter? We'll be back in no time. What time does your grandmother expect you home?" "Oh, I don't know. I told Granny I did not exactly know what time I should be back, but she certainly wouldn't expect me to be out late." "Never mind. You are doing me a kindness. I must go to see Aunt Katie, and it isn't convenient for the Tennants to go with me. If we go together it won't be a bit remarkable. Do come, Ruthie. You hurt my feelings awfully this morning. You needn't hurt them again." "Very well," said Ruth. "I don't know London at all, and I should like to go with you." The two girls now turned into the railway station. Kathleen gave a puzzled glance around her for a minute, then walked boldly up to a porter, asked him to direct her to the proper place to book for London. He showed her the right booking office, and she secured 2 first-class single tickets for herself and Ruth. The girls were directed to the right platform, and in process of time found themselves in the train. It so happened that they had a compartment to themselves. Kathleen had now quite got over her burst of anger, and was in the highest spirits. "This is fun," she said. "It is so awfully nice to have met you. Do you know that Miss Ravenscroft, the Great Unknown, as we Wild Irish girls call her, had the cheek to send me a letter?" Ruth looked attentive and grave. "She wanted me to go and see her at 6 o'clock. Well, it is 6:30 now, and she will have to whistle for me. Ruth, darling, you don't know how pretty you look, and even though you have deserted me and won't join my darling beloved society, yet I shall always love you." Here Kathleen seated herself near Ruth and flung one arm around her waist. "But," said Ruth, disentangling herself from Kathleen's embrace. "You don't mean that Miss Ravenscroft—" "Miss Ravenscroft wanted you to go and see her, and you didn't go?" "No, I didn't go. Why should I go? Miss Ravenscroft has nothing whatever to do with me." "Oh, Kathleen, she is your mistress, the head mistress of the Great Shirley School." "Well, and what about that? Auntie, my darling, my own dear, sweet Aunt Katie O'Flynn, sent me a telegram to meet her in town. She is at the Hotel Metropole. Ruth, do you know where that is?" "I haven't the most remote idea." "Oh, well, we'll get there somehow. Never mind now. Don't look so worried. I shall be sorry I asked you to come with me if you look any graver." "But you make me feel grave, Kathleen," said Ruth. "Oh, Kathleen, I can't tell how you puzzle me. Of course, I know that you are very pretty and fascinating, and that lots and lots of girls love you and will always love you. You are a sort of queen in the school. Perhaps you are not the greatest queen, but still you are a queen, and you could lead the whole school." "That would be rather fun," said Kathleen, "but you'd have to change a good bit. You'd have to be just as fascinating, just as pretty, but different somehow. I mean—" "Oh, do tell me what you mean, and be quick. We'll be in London before long." "You wouldn't disobey Miss Ravenscroft if you were to be our real queen." "Then I'll not be your queen, darling, for I shall disobey Miss Ravenscroft when it comes to a case of obliging her or dear, darling, precious auntie." Ruth said no more. In her heart of hearts she was very much distressed. She was sorry for her own sake that she had met Kathleen, and that she was going with her to London. But on the other hand, she was glad that she was with the girl who by herself might have got into a serious scrape. Finally the two found themselves standing, very forlorn and slightly frightened, on one of the big platforms at Charing Cross. "Now what are we to do?" said Kathleen. "We must ask the way, of course," was Ruth's answer. "Here's a porter who looks kind." She went up to the man. "Have you any luggage in the van, miss?" was their immediate inquiry. "No," she answered. Ruth was quietly, although shabbily dressed, but she had on gloves, a neat hat, and a neat necktie. Kathleen had on a very shabby coat, a most unsuitable cap of bright blue velvet on her clustering masses of curls, and no necktie and no gloves. "What could be the matter with the pretty young lady?" thought the man. Ruth spoke in her gentle tones. "We want to go to see a lady at the Hotel Metropole," she said. "Which is the Hotel Metropole?" "Oh, miss, it is quite close. You have only to go out of the station, take the second turning to your left, walk down Northumberland Avenue, and you'll be there." "But where is Northumberland Avenue? We don't know anything about London," interrupted Kathleen. "If you will allow me to put you two ladies into a cab, the cabman will take you to the Hotel Metropole. It is only a step away, but you'd better drive if you don't know your London." "We have never been in our London before," said Kathleen in a voice of intense pleasure. They now tripped confidently along by the side of the porter. He took them into the yard outside the station and called a four-wheeler. "No, no, one of those two-wheeled things," said the little girl. A hansom was summoned, and the children were put in. The driver was directed to take them to the Metropole, and they started off. "Ah!" said Kathleen, looking with great appreciation around her. "Ah, the lights! Aren't they just lovely? And see that water! That must be the Thames. Oh, Ruth, mayn't we stand up in the hansom? We could see ever so much better standing." "No, sit down," implored Ruth. "Why? Surely you are not frightened?" There never was any sort of conveyance that would frighten me. I wish I might drive that horse instead of the stupid old Jew on the box. Isn't London a perfect place? Oh, this is lovely, isn't it, Ruth? Thank goodness I'm not always bothered by that dreadful speaking voice inside me that you seem to have got," said Kathleen. Here the cab drew up with a jerk at the Metropole. "How much are we to pay you?" asked Kathleen. The man was honest and asked the customary shilling. A porter was standing on the steps of the hotel. He flung the doors wide, and the two entered. Presently a man came up and asked Kathleen what she wanted. The hour was just before dinner, and the wide hall of the hotel was full. Both men and women turned and stared at the children. Both were extremely pretty, Kathleen almost startlingly so. But what about the gloveless little hands and the untidy neck and throat? "Please," said Kathleen, "we have come to see my aunt, Miss O'Flynn. She is here, isn't she?" The man said he would inquire, and went to the bureau. "Yes," he said after a minute's pause. "Will you come to the drawing room, young ladies?" He conducted the children down some wide passages covered with thick Turkey carpets, opened the folding doors of a great drawing room, and left them to themselves. There was a minute or two of agonized terror on the part of Ruth, of suspense and rapid heart beating as far as Kathleen was concerned, and then a deep, mellow, ringing voice was heard, and Miss Katie O'Flynn entered the apartment. "Well, I never!" she cried. "The top of the morning to you, my honey. God bless you, my darling. Oh, it is joy to kiss your sweet face again." A little lady, all smiles and dimples, all curls and necklaces and gay clothing, extended two arms wide and clasped them round Kathleen's neck. "Oh, Auntie," said Kathleen, "this is good, and I ran away to see you. I did, darling, I did. I have got into the most awful scrape. Nobody knows what will happen. See, me without gloves and without a necktie, and this dear little girl, one of my chosen friends, Ruth Craven, has come with me." "Ah, now, how sweet of her," said Miss O'Flynn, turning to Ruth. "Kiss me, my darling. Why, then, you are as welcome as though you were the core of my heart for being so kind to my sweet Kathleen. Come to the light, Kathleen Asor, and let me look at you. But it isn't as rosy as you are used to be. It is a bit pale and pulled down you look. Do you like England, my dear? If you don't like it at all, it's home. You will come with me to the old castle and the old country. Now then, children, sit by me and let's have a talk. We'll have a good meal presently, and then I have a bit of thought in the back of my head which I think will please you both. Sit here anyway for the present, and let us colleague to our heart's content." Miss Katie O'Flynn and her two young charges, as she told the girls she was considering them, drew a good deal of attention as they sat and talked together. The little lady was not young, but was certainly very fascinating. She had a vivacious, merry smile, the keenest, most brilliant black eyes in the world, and a certain grace and dignity about her, which seemed to contrast with her rapid utterances and intensely genial manner. Dinner was announced, and the three went into the great dining room. Miss O'Flynn ordered a small table, and they sat down together. Ruth felt unhappy. She keenly desired to go home again. She was more and more certain that she had done wrong to listen to Kathleen's persuasions. But Kathleen was enjoying herself to the utmost. She was an Irish girl again, sitting close to one of her very own. She forgot the dull school and the dreadfully dreary house where she now lived. She absolutely forgot that such a person as Miss Ravenscroft existed. She ceased almost to remember the society of the Wild Irish Girls. Was she not Kathleen O'Hara, the only daughter of the house of O'Hara, the heiress of her beloved father's old castle, for some day she would be a mistress of Carrigrohane Castle. Some day she would be a great lady on her own account. Now, Kathleen's ideas of what a great lady should be were in themselves very sensible and noble. A great lady should do her utmost to make others happy. She should dispense largesse in the true sense of the word. She should make as many people as possible happy. Her retainers should feel certain that they dwelt in her heart. She should love the soil of her native land with a passion which nothing could undermine or weaken. The sons of the soil should be her brothers, her kinsmen. The daughters of the soil should be her sisters in the best sense of the word. But not only should the great lady of Carrigrohane love her Irish friends, but men and women, both youths and children, but she should love others who needed her help. There never was a more affectionate, more generous, kind-hearted girl than Kathleen, but of self-control she had little or no knowledge, and those who crossed her will have yet to find that Kathleen would not obey, for she was fearless, defiant, resolute, in short, a rebel born and bred. Ruth sat silent, perplexed, and anxious in the midst of the gay feast. Kathleen and Aunt Katie O'Flynn laughed and almost shouted in their mirth. Occasionally people turned to glance at the trio: the grave, refined, extremely pretty, but shabbily dressed girl, the radiant child, and the vivacious little lady who might be her mother, but who scarcely looked as if she was. It was a curious party for such a room and for such surroundings. "I think," said Ruth suddenly, "forgive me, Kathleen, but I think we ought to be looking out a train to go back by." "Indeed, and that you won't," said Miss O'Flynn. "You are going to stay with me to-night. Why, do you think I'd let this precious darling child back again in the middle of the night? And you must stay here too. What is your name? Oh, Ruth, I can get you a room here, and you shall have a fire and every comfort." "I at least must go home," said Ruth. "My grandfather and grandmother will be sitting up for me." "Oh, nonsense, child," said Miss O'Flynn. "I can send a commissionaire down to tell your grandfather that I am keeping you for the night." "Of course, Ruth," said Kathleen. "Don't be silly. It is absurd for you to go on like that, and for my part I should love to stay." "I am sorry, Kathleen," said Ruth, "but I must go home. Perhaps one of the porters can tell me when there is a train to Merrifield. I must go back, for grandfather would be terrified if I didn't go home. You, of course, must please yourself." "My dear child, leave it to me," said Miss O'Flynn. "You can't possibly go back, neither you nor my sweet pet Kathleen." "Oh, I'll arrange it, dear. Don't you be frightened. You couldn't go so late by yourself. It wouldn't be right." Miss O'Flynn, however, had not come in contact with a character like Ruth's before. She could be as obstinate as a mule. It was in that light Miss O'Flynn chose to consider her conduct. "I must go," she said. "I can't by any possibility stay." "Do, Ruth, for my sake," pleaded Kathleen, tears in her eyes. "No, Kathleen, not even for your sake. And I think," added Ruth, "that you ought to come with me. It would be much better for you to see Miss Ravenscroft in the morning and explain matters to her." "Nonsense," said Kathleen, now speaking with decided temper. "That is my affair. I like you very much, Ruth, but you really need not interfere with me." "I should think not indeed," said Miss O'Flynn. "I know nothing about you, Miss Craven, but you don't understand what a person of consequence my niece is considered in Ireland." "That may be," replied Ruth, "but at school Kathleen, sweet and dear as she is, has to obey the rules just like any other girl. Please, Kathleen, do be persuaded to come back with me. Indeed, Miss O'Flynn, if you will only believe me, it is considered a very grave offence to miss morning school or to be late when 9 o'clock strikes, and Kathleen can't be at school in time unless she returns home now. I am not going, so there," said Kathleen. "Perhaps someone would tell me when the next train for Merrifield leaves Charing Cross," was Ruth's next remark. Before anyone could reply to her, however, a servant entered and said something in a low tone to Miss O'Flynn. "Well now," she said, speaking with eagerness, her face all smiles and dimples, "the way is made plain for you at least, Miss Craven. Who do you think has come, Kathleen? Why, the lady who has charge of you." "Mrs. Tennant? Oh, the dear tired one," said Kathleen. "She can never be cross, and I like her very much. Where is the lady?" she added, turning to the waiter. "She is in the hall, miss." Kathleen flew out, and before Mrs. Tennant, who was really feeling very angry, could prevent her, had flung her arms around her neck. "Thank goodness it is you," said the young girl. "Now, don't be angry, for you don't know how to manage it. If it was Alice, wouldn't she be in a tantrum? But you are all right. You haven't an idea of scolding me. I arrived here as safely as a girl could, and what do you think? I brought pretty Ruth Craven with me. She didn't much like it, but here she is, and she's on tender hooks to get home, so she can return with you, can't she?" "You must come too, Kathleen. You annoyed me very much indeed. You gave me a terrible fright. I did not know what might have happened to you, knowing how ignorant you are of London and its ways." "But I have got a head on my shoulders," laughed Kathleen. "And now that you have come, we must have a bit of fun. I want to introduce you to Auntie. It is Aunt Katie O'Flynn, you know, the lady who sent me the beautiful, wonderful clothes." But here Miss O'Flynn herself appeared on the scene. Kathleen did the necessary introducing, and the two ladies moved a little apart to talk together. By and by Miss O'Flynn called the two girls to her side. "Mrs. Tennant is not angry with you now, Kathleen. On the contrary, she loves you very much, and she will take Miss Ruth Craven back with her. I have been trying to induce her to stay here herself, but she won't, and as Ruth is anxious to return home, her escort has come very opportunely. As to you, darling, nothing will induce me to part with you until to-morrow morning." "But what will you do about school?" said Ruth. "That can be managed," said Miss O'Flynn. "It isn't the first time that Kathleen and I have got up with the sunrise. We'll get up to-morrow before it, and I'm thinking, and take a train, and be in time to have a good breakfast at Mrs. Tennant's. Then if you, my dear lady, will put up with me until lunchtime, I can see more of my Kathleen and propound some plans for your pleasure as well as hers. If you must go, Mrs. Tennant, I am afraid you must, for the next train leaves Charing Cross for Merrifield at 10 minutes past 9. Mrs. Tennant looked grave, but it was difficult to resist Miss O'Flynn, and the time was passing. Accordingly, she and Ruth left the Hotel Metropole, and the aunt and niece found themselves alone. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Miss Katie O'Flynn and her niece. "Now, Kathleen," said Miss O'Flynn, "you come straight up to my bedroom, where there is a cosy fire, and where we will be just as snug as Punch. We'll draw 2 chairs up to the fire and have a real colleague. That we will." "Yes, that we will," said Kathleen. "I have a lot of things to ask you, and a lot of things to tell you." "Come along then, my dear child. My room is on the 2nd floor. We won't wait for the lift." Kathleen took Miss Katie O'Flynn's hand, and they ran merrily and as lightly as 2-year-olds up the stairs. People turned to look at them as they sped upward. "Why, the little old lady seems as young and agile as the pretty niece," said one visitor to another. "Oh, they're both Irish. That accounts for anything," was the answer. "The most extraordinary and the most lively nation on the face of the earth." The two vivacious Irishwomen entered their bedroom. Aunt Katie flung herself into a deep armchair. Kathleen did likewise, and then they talked to their hearts' content. It is good to hear two Irishwomen conversing together, for there is so much action in the conversation, such lifting of brows, such raising of hands, such emphasis in tone, in voice, in manner. Imagery is so freely employed, telling sentences, sharp, satire, wit, brilliant, overflowing, spontaneous, all come to the fore. Laughter sometimes checks the eager flow of words. Occasionally, too, if the conversation is sorrowful, tears flow and sobs come from the excited and oversensitive hearts. No one need be dull who has the privilege of listening to two Irishwomen who have been parted for some time, talking their hearts out to each other. Kathleen and her aunt were no exception to the universal rule. Kathleen had never been from home before, and Aunt Katie had things to tell her about every person, man and woman, old and young, on the Carrigrohane estate. But when all the news had been told, when the exact number of dogs had been recounted, the cats and the kittens described, the fowls, the goats, the donkeys, the horses, the cows enumerated, it came to be Aunt Katie's turn to listen. "Now, my love, tell me, and be quick, about all you have been doing. And first and foremost, how do you like the school?" "Not at all, auntie. I'm not learning anything." "My dear, that is sad hearing, and your poor father pining his heart out for the want of you." "I never wished to go to school," said Kathleen. "You will have to bear it now, my pet, unless you have real cause for complaint. They are not unkind to you, Kushla, are they?" "Oh, not really, Aunt Katie, but they are such dull people. The teachers are dull. I don't mind Miss Spicer so much. She's the music teacher. As to Miss Ravenscroft, I have never even seen her." "And who is she, darling?" "The head mistress, and no end of a toff." "What's a toff, dear?" "It's a slang word they use in stupid old England." "I don't admire it, my love. Don't you demean yourself by bringing words of that sort home to Carrigrohane." "Not I. I shan't be a minute in the old place before the salt breezes will blow England out of my memory. Ah, it is I who pine to be home again." "It will broaden your mind, Kathleen, and improve you. And some of the English people are very nice entirely," said Miss O'Flynn, making this last statement in what she considered a widely condescending manner. "So you are not learning much." "I am getting on with my music. Perhaps I'll settle down to work. I should not loathe it so much if it was not for Alice." "Ah, she's the daughter of Mrs. Tennant. I rather took to Mrs. Tennant, the creature. She seemed to have a kind-hearted sort of face." "She's as right as rain, auntie, and so are the two boys. But Alice, she is—" "What, darling?" "A prig, auntie. Detestable." "I never took to that sort," said Miss O'Flynn. "Wouldn't you like some oyster patties and some plum cake to munch while you are talking, dearie?" "I shouldn't mind." "I'll ring an order then." A servant appeared. Miss O'Flynn gave orders, which resulted in a rich and most unwholesome supper being placed upon the table. Kathleen and her aunt ate while they talked. "And what occupies you, love, at all?" said Miss O'Flynn, as she ate her second oyster patty. "From your description, it seems to be a sort of death in life, that town of Merrifield." "I have to make my own diversions, auntie, and they are sprightly and entertaining enough. Don't you remember when I told you to have all those little hearts made for me?" "To be sure, dear." "The most extraordinary idea I ever heard in my life. Only that I never crossed you, Kathleen. I'd have written to know the meaning of it." "It doesn't matter about you knowing." Here Kathleen briefly and in graphic language described the society of the Wild Irish Girls. "It is the one thing that keeps me alive," she said. "However, I'm guessing they are going to make a fuss about it in the school." "And what will you do then, core of my heart?" "Stick to them, of course, auntie. You don't suppose I'd begin a thing and then drop it?" "No, that wouldn't be at all like you, you young rebel." Kathleen laughed. "I am all in a puzzle," she said, "to know where to hold the next meeting, for there is no doubt that some of the girls who hate us because they weren't asked to join spied last time. So I want the society to meet the night after next in a new place." "And I'll tell you what I've been thinking," said Aunt Katie, "that I'll be present and bring a sparkle of old Ireland to help the whole affair. So you'll have to reckon with me on the occasion of the next meeting." Kathleen sat very still, her face thoughtful. "Nothing will induce me to give them up," she said, "or to betray any girl of my society. Oh, auntie, there's such a funny old woman. I met her last Sunday. She's a certain Mrs. Church, and she lives in a cottage about 4 miles from Merrifield. We could have our meetings there. I know we could. And she'd never tell. Nobody would guess. She is the great aunt of one of the members of the society, Susie Hopkins. A nice little girl, a tradesman's daughter." "Oh, dear me, Kathleen, you don't mean to say you demean yourselves by associating with tradesmen's daughters?" "I do so, auntie, and I find them very much nicer than the stuck-up girls who think no end of themselves." "Well, well," said Miss O'Flynn, "whatever you are a lady born and bred, and nothing can lower that sort. Nothing nor nobody. You must make your own plans and let me know." "I am sure I can manage the old lady, and I will tell you why. She wants to join our almswomen." "What?" "You know what a snug time our dear old almswomen have. I was telling Mrs. Church about it last Sunday. She took a keen desire to belong to us, and I sort of half, in a kind of way, promised her. Is there likely to be a vacancy soon, Aunt Katie?" "Well, dear, there is a vacancy at the present moment. Mrs. Hagan breathed her last, poor soul, and was waked not a fortnight ago. We'd better wire to your father to keep the little cottage vacant until we know more. This is going to be interesting, and you may be quite sure that if there is going to be a lark, that I'm the one to help you, my colleen bawn." Kathleen and her aunt talked until late into the night, and when the young girl laid her head on a pillow she was lost immediately in profound slumber. It was not at all difficult for Kathleen to wake early, and accompanied by Miss O'Flynn she arrived at Merrifield at 8:30 on the following morning. She had no time, however, to change her dress, but after washing her hands and smoothing out her tangled hair, and by leaving Miss O'Flynn in the care of Mrs. Tennant, who, to tell the truth, found her considerably in the way, Kathleen, accompanied by Alice, started for school. "You'll catch it," said Alice. "Oh, that's very likely, darling," said Kathleen, "but I don't think I care. Did you see Miss Ravenscroft last night, and was she very, very angry?" "I saw her, and she was more than angry. She was astonished. I think you will have to put up with a rather serious conversation with her this morning. She asked me questions with regard to you and your doings, which, of course, I could not answer, but you will have to answer them. I don't think particularly well of you, Kathleen. Your ways are not my ways, nor your ideas mine, but I don't think, bad as you are, that you would tell a lie. You'll have to speak out the truth to Miss Ravenscroft, Kathleen, and no mistake about it." "Thank you," replied Kathleen. "I think I can manage my own affairs," she added, and then she was silent, not exactly cross, but lost in thought. The girls reached the school without any further adventure. Prayers were held as usual in the great hall, and then the members of the different classes went to their places and the work of the morning began. The work went on, and to look at those girls, all steadfast and attentive and studious looking, it was difficult to realize that in some of their hearts was wild rebellion and a naughty and ever increasing sense of mischief. Certainly it was difficult to realize that one at least of that member was determined to have her own way at any cost, that another was extremely anxious, resolved to tell the truth, and hoping against hope that she would not be questioned. School had very nearly come to an end when the dread summons which both Ruth Craven and Alice Tennant expected arrived for Kathleen. She was to go to speak to Miss Ravenscroft in that ladies' parlour. "Miss Ravenscroft is waiting," said the mistress, who brought Kathleen the message. "Will you be quick, Kathleen, as she is rather in a hurry?" Kathleen got up with apparent alacrity. Her face looked sunshiny and genial. As she passed Ruth, she put her hand on her shoulder and said in her most pleasant voice: "Extraordinary thing! Miss Ravenscroft has sent for me. I wonder what for." Ruth coloured and looked down. One or two of the girls glanced round at Kathleen in amazement. She did not say anything further, but left the room. When she got into the passage, she hummed a little air. The teacher who had summoned her had gone on in front. Kathleen followed her at a respectable distance, and still humming "The Wearing of the Green," she knocked at Miss Ravenscroft's door. Miss Ravenscroft was standing by her window. She turned when Kathleen appeared and desired her to sit down. Kathleen dropped into a chair. Miss Ravenscroft did likewise. Then Miss Ravenscroft spoke gently, for in spite of herself Kathleen's attractive face, the wilful, daring, and yet affectionate glance in the eyes attracted her. She had not yet had a full and perfect view of Kathleen. She had seen, it is true, the pretty little girl in a crowd of others, but now she saw Kathleen by herself. The face was undoubtedly sweet with a radiance which surprised and partly fascinated Miss Ravenscroft. "Your name?" she said. "Kathleen O'Hara," replied Kathleen. She rose to her feet and dropped a little bobbing curtsy, then waited to be asked to sit down again. Miss Ravenscroft did not invite her to reseat herself. She spoke quietly, turning her eyes away from the attractive little face and handsome figure. "I sent for you last night, and you did not obey my command. Why so?" "I did not mean to be rude," said Kathleen. "You see, it was this way. My aunt from Ireland, Miss O'Flynn is her name, Miss Katie O'Flynn, was staying at the Metropole. I had a telegram from her desiring me to go to her immediately in town. I got your note after I had read the telegram. It seemed to me that I ought to go first to my aunt. She is my mother's own sister, and such a darling. You couldn't but love her if you saw her. You might think me a little rude not to come to you when you sent for me, but Aunt Katie would have been hurt, terribly, fearfully hurt. She might even have cried." Kathleen raised her brows as she said the last word. Her face expressed consternation and a trifle of amazement. Miss Ravenscroft felt as though smiles were very near. "Even suppose your aunt had cried," she said, "your duty was to me as your head mistress." "Please," said Kathleen, "I did not think it was. I thought my duty was to my aunt." Miss Ravenscroft was silent for a minute. "My dear," she said gently, "you are new to the school. You have doubtless indulged in a very free and easy and unconventional life in your own country. I was once in Ireland, in the West, and I liked the people and the land, and the ways of the people and the looks of the land, and for the sake of that visit I am not going to be hard on the little Irish girl during her first sojourn in the school. In future, Kathleen O'Hara, I must insist on instant obedience. I will forgive you for your disregard of my message last night, but if ever I require you again, I shall expect you to come to me at once. For the present, we will forget last night." "Thank you, madam. I am sure I should love you very much if I knew you well." "That is not the question, my dear. I must insist on your treating me with respect. It is not very easy to know the head mistress. The girls know her up to a certain point, but personal friendship, as between one woman and another, cannot quite exist between a little girl and her head mistress. Yes, my dear, I hope you will love me, but in the sense of one who is set in authority over you. That is my position, and I hope as long as I live to do my duty. Now then, Kathleen, I will speak to you about the other matter which obliged me to send you a message last night." "Thank you, ma'am," said Kathleen. She looked down, so that the fun in her eyes could not be seen. "I am sure from your face that you will not tell me a lie." "No," said Kathleen, "I won't tell you a lie. I must, however, ask you one or two direct questions. It is true that you have encouraged certain girls in this school?" "Oh, I encourage all the girls. I know, poor things. Don't interrupt me, Kathleen. I have more to say. Is it true that you encourage certain girls in this school?" Here Miss Ravenscroft put up her hand to check Kathleen's words. "To rebellion and insubordination?" "I don't know what insubordination is," said Kathleen, shaking her head. "Is it true," continued the head mistress, "that you have started a society which is called by some ridiculous name, such as the Wild Irish Girls, and that you meet each week in a quarry a short distance from town, that you have got rules and badges, that you sing naughty songs, and altogether misbehave yourselves? Is it true?" Kathleen closed her lips firmly together. Miss Ravenscroft looked full at her. Kathleen then spoke slowly. "How did you hear that we do what you say we do?" "I do not intend to name my information. The girls who have joined your society and are putting themselves under your influence are the sort of girls who in a school like this get most injured by such proceedings. They have never been accustomed to self-restraint. They have not been guided to control themselves. Of all the girls in the school whom you, Miss O'Hara, have tried to injure, you have selected the foundationers, who have only been to board schools before they came here. They look up to you as above them by birth. Your very way, your words can influence them. Wrong from your lips will appear right, and right will appear wrong. You yourself are an ignorant and unlearned child, and yet you attempt to guide others. This society must be broken up immediately. I will forgive you for the past if you promise me that you will never hold another meeting, that as long as you are at the school you will not encourage another girl to join the society. You will have to give me your word, and that before you leave this room. I do not require you to betray your companions. I do not even ask their names, but I demand your promise, which I insist on. The Irish girls, or the Wild Irish Girls, whatever you like to call them, must cease to exist." Miss Ravenscroft ceased speaking. "Is that all?" said Kathleen. "What do you mean? I want your promise." "But I have nothing to say." "You are not stupid, Kathleen O'Hara. I can see that, and I should hope you were too much of a lady to be impertinent. What do you mean to do?" "Indeed," said Kathleen, "I don't mean to be impertinent, and I don't want to tell a lie. The best way on the present occasion is to be silent. I can't give myself or the other girls in the school away." "You asked me to make you a promise. I cannot make that promise. I am sorry. Perhaps I had better leave the school." "No, Kathleen, you cannot leave it in the ordinary way. You are connected with other girls now. Your influence must be publicly withdrawn. I had hoped to spare you this, but if you defy me, you know the consequences." "May I go now?" said Kathleen. "You may, for the present. I must consult with the other teachers. It may even be necessary to call a meeting of the Board of Governors. Your conduct requires stringent measures. But, my child," and here Miss Ravenscroft changed her voice to one of gentleness and entreaty, "you will not be so silly, so wicked, so perverse. Kathleen, it is sometimes a hard thing to give up your own way, but I think an Irish girl can be noble. You will be very noble now if you cease to belong to the Irish Girls' Society." "Wild Irish Girls is the name," said Kathleen. "You must give it up. It was a mad and silly scheme. You must have nothing more to do with it." Kathleen slightly shook her head. Miss Ravenscroft uttered a deep sigh. "I am afraid I must go," said Kathleen. "I think you have spoken to me very kindly. I should like to have been able to oblige you." "And you won't?" Kathleen shook her head again. The next moment she had left the room. The school was nearly over, but whether it had been or not, Kathleen had not the slightest idea of returning to her classroom. She stood for a moment in one of the corridors to collect her thoughts. Then going to the room where the hats and jackets hung on pegs, she took down her own, put them on, and left the school. She walked fast and reached Mrs. Tennant's house at 1:45. Both Mrs. Tennant and Miss O'Flynn were out. There was a message for Kathleen to say that Miss O'Flynn expected her to be ready to go to town with her immediately after dinner. Kathleen smiled to herself. "Dear Aunt Katie, she must get me out of this scrape. But as to thinking of giving up girls whom I meant to help and will help, I wouldn't do it for 20 Miss Ravenscrofts." She stood at the door of the house. Then a sudden idea struck her, and as she saw the girls filing out of the school, she crossed the common and met Susy Hopkins, her satchel of books flung over her shoulder. "Ah, Susy, here I am. I want to speak to you." Susy ran up to her in excitement. It was already whispered in the school that their secret proceedings were becoming known. It had also been whispered from one to another that Kathleen had undergone a formidable interview with Miss Ravenscroft that very morning. "What is it, Kathleen?" said Susy. "Was she very, very cross?" "Who do you mean?" asked Kathleen, instantly on the defensive. "Miss Ravenscroft. You went to see her. Everyone knows it. What did she say?" "That is my affair. But, Susy, I want you to do something. We must not go to the quarry to-morrow evening. We want to have the meeting at your aunt's. I want to go to Mrs. Church's. You must run around this afternoon and make arrangements. There'll be about 30 or 40 of us, and we must all be smuggled into the cottage." "Oh dear," said Susy, "but how are we going to get there? It's 4 miles away." "Well, I suppose those who are really interested can walk 4 miles. I certainly can. Susy, you had better not miss it to-morrow night, for Aunt Katie O'Flynn is to be present, and there's no saying what she will do. She will help us if any one can. She is ever so kind and so interested. It will be the greatest meeting the society has ever had. I wouldn't miss it myself for the world." "Oh, hurrah!" said Susy. "You certainly are a splendid girl, Kathleen, and won't Aunt Church be pleased?" "Tell her that if she wants to get one of those little almshouses, she had better oblige us as far as she can," said Kathleen. "Now I must rush back to dinner. I am going to town afterwards." Without waiting for Susy's reply, Kathleen turned on her heel and returned home. Susy watched her for a minute, then slowly and gravely went in the direction of her mother's shop. Mrs. Hopkins was getting in fresh stock that morning, and the little shop looked brighter and fresher than it had done for some time. It was a beautiful day in the beginning of winter, with that feeling of summer in the air which comes to cheer us now and then in November. Susy marched through the shop, still swinging her satchel. "I wish you wouldn't do that, Susy," said her mother. "And I wish, too, that you wouldn't always be late home. Be quick now. There's peas pudding and pork for dinner. Tom is in a hurry to be off to his football." "Oh, bother!" said Susy. Mrs. Hopkins frowned. Susy, in her mother's opinion, was not quite so nice and comforting as she once had been. But it was not Mrs. Hopkins' way to reproach her children. She bore her burden with regard to them as silently and patiently as she could. Susy ran up to her room, tossed off her hat, washed her hands, and came down. Soon the three were seated at their frugal dinner. "You seem to have got in a lot of fresh goods, mother," said Tom. "I have," said Miss Hopkins with a groan, "but I haven't paid for one of them. Parkins says he will trust me for quite a month, but however I am to pay your Aunt Church and keep enough money for the new goods, beats me. Sometimes I think that my burden is greater than I can bear. I have often had a feeling that I ought to give up the shop and take service somewhere. I used to be noted as the best of good housekeepers when I was young." "Oh no, mother, you mustn't do that," said Susy. "What would Tom and I do?" "If it wasn't for you and Tom, I'd give notice to-morrow," said the widow. "But there, we must hope for the best, I suppose. God never forsakes those who trust him." "Mother," said Susy suddenly, "I hope you will be able to spare me this afternoon. I want to go and see Aunt Church." "Why should you do that, child? There's no way for you to go except on your legs, and it's a weary walk, and the days are getting short." "All the same, I must go," said Susy. "I suppose you couldn't shut up the shop and come with me, could you, mother?" "Shut up the shop?" said Mrs. Hopkins. "What next will the child ask? Not a bit of it, Susan. But what do you want to see your aunt for?" "It is a little private message in connection with Miss Kathleen O'Hara. It means money, mother, of that I am certain. It means that Aunt Church will forgive you last month's installment of the debt, and perhaps next month's too. You had best let me go, mother. I am not talking without knowledge. I can't tell you what I know." "I know something," said Tom, and he gave utterance to a low whistle. Susy turned and glanced at her brother in some uneasiness. "There are a deal of funny things whispered about your school just now," he said. "I'm not going to peach, of course, only you'd best be look out. They say if it got to the governor's ears every foundationer in the place would be expelled. It is something that ought not to be done." "Don't mind him, mother. Do you think I'd do anything to endanger my continuing at the school after all the trouble and care and anxiety you had in getting me placed there?" "Really, child," said Miss Hopkins, "I don't know. The wilfulness of young folks in these days is past enduring. But you had better clearly understand, Susy, that if for any reason you are dismissed from the school, there is nothing whatever for you but to take a place as a servant, and that you wouldn't like." "I should think not, indeed. Well, mother, to avoid all these consequences, I must go as fast as I can to see Aunt Church." Chapter 18. of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Susy Hopkins Persuades Aunt Church. Mrs. Hopkins said nothing more. Susy saw that she could have her own way, and as soon as dinner was over, without even waiting to help her mother to put the place in order, she started on her walk. She felt pleased and self-important. The day was a frosty one, and the sunset promised to be glorious. The road to Mrs. Church's house was flat and long and pleasant to walk on. Susy had no particular eye for pretty views, or she might have pleased herself with the wonderful tints of the sky and the autumnal shades which had not altogether deserted the neighbouring woods. Susy's thoughts, however, were occupied with very different matters. "Mother is always grumbling," she said to herself, "and, for that matter, so is Tom. As if I demean myself by taking a place. The idea of my being a servant! Why, I know I shall do very well in the future. I look high. I mean to be a lady, as good as the best. Would Miss Kathleen O'Hara take so much notice of me if I was not a very nice, ladylike sort of girl? I am sure no one could look sweeter than I do in my pale blue blouse. Even Tom says so. He said I looked very genteel, and that he'd like his great friend, Walter Amber, to see me. I don't want to have anything to do with Tom's friends. Poor Tom! If mother can apprentice him to somebody, that is the most that can be expected. But as for me, the very lowest position I intend to take in life in the future is that of a teacher. I shall probably be a teacher in this very school and get my couple of hundred a year. A place indeed! Poor dear mother doesn't know what she is talking about." Occupied with her own thoughts, the road did not turn out long to Susy. She reached Mrs. Church's very humble abode between 3 and 4 o'clock. It was still daylight. The little old lady was seated in her window. She looked very much surprised when she saw Susy, and limped to the door and opened it. "Come in, Susy Hopkins," she said. "I suppose your mother has sent me my money. If so, it is very thoughtful of her. If you have brought the money, Susy, you shall have a cup of tea before you start on your homeward walk. It is a fine day, child, and your cheeks look very fresh. Come in, dear, come in." Mrs. Church hobbled back again into her small sitting room. She got back into her chair and motioned to Susy to take one opposite to her. "If that is the money you have in your hand," she said, noticing that the child held a small parcel, "you may give it to me, and then go over there and get me that black cash box. I will put the gold and silver in immediately. It is never safe to leave money about." "But I haven't got the money, Aunt Church. Mother couldn't have saved it in the time." Mrs. Church's face became very bleak and decidedly wintry in appearance. "Then what have you come for, Susan?" she said. "You needn't suppose I am going to waste my good tea on you if you haven't brought the money. If you think so, you are fine and mistaken." "I don't think so, really, Aunt Church, but perhaps when you know all you will give me a cup of tea, and perhaps you won't be so cross the next time I wear my pale blue blouse." "Ah, my dear, I wasn't cross at the end of the time, although I did think it a bit suspicious. Your mother losing 19 and sixpence of my own money out of her till. You forget that fact, Susan Hopkins. It was my money. And then you decking yourself out in the most unsuitable garment I never saw on a little girl of your age and station. It has pleased the Almighty, Susan, to put you in a low walk of life, and in that walk you ought to remain and dress according. Yes, dress according. But, as I said, I was not displeased at the end. That was a very bonny young lady who came into your mother's shop, miles and miles above you, Susan. And how can she demean herself to call you her friend passes my comprehension." "You are very rude, Aunt Church," said Susy, "but I am not going to be angry with you. for I want you to help us. I have got news for you, and very good news too, but I will only tell it to you on condition." Mrs. Church looked first skeptical, then curious, then keenly desirous. "Well, child," she said, "maybe you might as well put the kettle on the fire. It takes a good long time to boil. It is a very bobbish little kettle, and it has cranky whims, just as though it were a human. There's a good child, Susan. Take it out and fill it at the tap, and put it on the fire to boil up while you are telling me the rest of your story. I always liked you very well, Susan. Not so much as Tom, but you are quite to my liking, all things considered." "No, you never liked me, Aunt Church," said Susy. "But I will fill the kettle if you have a fancy, although perhaps I won't be able to stay to have that cup of tea that you seem all a sudden willing to give me." Mrs. Church said nothing. Susy left the room with the kettle. "I could fly out at her," thought the old lady, "but where's the good? She's hand and glove with that beautiful Miss O'Hara, and for the sake of the young lady I mustn't get her back up too much." So Susy put the kettle on to boil, and then resumed her place opposite Mrs. Church. "Susan," said the old lady, "while the kettle is boiling, you might as well lay the cloth and get out the tea things." "No, no," said Susy. "I haven't come here to act servant to you, Aunt Church." "You have a very nasty manner, Susan, and whatever the Almighty may mean to do with you in the future, you had best change your tune, or things will go ill with you." Susy sat quite still, apparently indifferent to these remarks. "Well, if you won't lay the cloth and won't help your own poor old aunt, you may as well tell me what you came for." "Not yet. I will presently." Susy was now thoroughly enjoying herself. Mrs. Church edged her chair a little nearer. Her beady black eyes seemed to read Susy through and through. "Go on, child, speak. 'Tain't right to keep an old body on tenter hooks." "I will tell you if you will promise me something. I have brought you a little bag that I made my own self, and you shall have it if you promise me something. It is a bag for your knitting. You know you said that you were always losing the ball. It would keep running under your chair, and you could never get it without stooping and hurting yourself." "To be sure I did, child, and it is thoughtful of you to think of me. Well, but we'll talk of the bag when you have said whatever else you have got at the back of that wise little head of yours." "I have got news that may mean a great deal to you. But before I tell it, I want you to give me a promise. I want you to let mother off this month's installment of her debt." "What?" cried Mrs. Church, turning very pale. "The money she owes me?" "Yes, the money she owes you. A thief came into the shop and took some of her money, and she is very short of money and very worried. I will tell you the news if you will forgive mother." "Well," said Mrs. Church, "of all the impertinent, barefaced, wicked little girls, you beat them all. My answer to that, Susan Hopkins, is no, and you can leave the house, for that is the last word you will get." "Thank you, Aunt Church," said Susy. "I will leave it. It doesn't matter whether you hear the message I have come to give you or not. It is from Miss Kathleen O'Hara, but that don't matter either. What have you to do with a young lady like Miss Kathleen O'Hara? She is as unsuitable to be with you as she is to be with me. Good-bye, Aunt Church, good-bye." Susy got as far as the door when Mrs. Church called her back. "Come here, you bad little thing," she said. "Sit down on that chair. Now what do you mean?" "I say I will give you my message if you will forgive mother." "Then I won't. I will never hear your message." "All right, I will go," said Susy. "I'll tell Miss Kathleen. She will be disappointed, so to speak. It was about those almshouses, but—" "Look here, child, you tell me first, and then I'll consider." "No, no," said Susy. "I know something better than that. You make the promise first, faithfully and truly, and then I will tell you." After this there was a considerable wrangle between the old woman and the young girl, but all in good time Susy won her desire, and Mrs. Church made the required promise. "Now speak," she said. "There's that kettle singing like mad, and it will boil over in a minute. You shall have a cup of tea and a nice sweet bun with it. And what more can a poor old body like myself offer? What about Miss Kathleen O'Hara?" "Aunt Church, you can help Miss Kathleen, and she is worthy of being helped. She wants you to do something for her." "Me?" said Mrs. Church. "And what can a poor body like me do to help her? Things ought to be the other way round. It's she who ought to help me." "And so she will, and she said as much. She said she'd do what she could to put you in one of those sweet little almshouses. And when Miss Kathleen says a thing, she means it. And there's an aunt of hers has come over from Ireland, and from all accounts she must be a perfect wonder, and she's coming too. Oh, Aunt Church, you are in luck." "You are enough to distract any one, child Susy. I told you the kettle would boil before we were ready for tea. Take it off and put it on the hob, and be careful, for goodness' sake, Susy Hopkins, or you'll scald yourself." Susy removed the kettle from its position on the glowing bed of coals, and then resumed her narrative. "They're all coming," she said, "and you will have to get them in by hook or crook." "You're enough to deave a body. Who's coming, and where are they coming? When do they come?" "They're coming here, Aunt Church, a lot of them. Girls like me, big girls and little girls, old girls and young girls, bad girls and good girls, girls who laugh at you, and girls who respect you. Some dress badly and some dressed fine. They're all coming, up to 40 of them in number, and Miss Kathleen O'Hara is the queen amongst them. Miss Katie O'Flynn is coming too, and it's to your house they're to come, and it's to happen to-morrow night." "Really, Susy, of all the impertinent children, I do think you beat all. 40 people coming into this tiny house, where we can scarcely turn round with more than 2 in the house. You are talking pure nonsense, Susy Hopkins, and I'll break my word if that's all you have to tell." "It's true enough. Have you never heard of our society? Well, of course not, so I will tell you. It is this way, Aunt Church. When Miss Kathleen came to the school, she took pity on us foundationers. She founded a society, and we used to meet in the old quarry just to the left of Johnson's Field, and right good times we had. She promised us all sorts of things, and it was she who gave me that blouse that you seem to think I had bought with the money which was taken from mother's till. And she gave me this, see, Aunt Church, if you look you will believe." Here Susy pulled from the neck of her dress a little heart-shaped locket with the device and name of the society on it. "Look for yourself," she said. Mrs. Church did look. She put on her spectacles and read the words: "The Wild Irish Girls, October 18 " "Whatever does this mean?" she said. "The Wild Irish Girls? It doesn't sound at all a respectable sort of name." "I am one," said Susy, beginning to skip up and down. "I am a Wild Irish Girl." "That you ain't. You don't know the meaning of the thing. You are nothing but a little underbred cockney." "Thank you, Aunt Church. I do feel obliged for your kind opinion of me. But now, are you going to help Miss Kathleen, or are you not? She can't have the girls, the Wild Irish Girls, I mean, any longer at the quarry, for it's getting noised abroad in the school, and there are those who'd think very little of telling on us, and then we might all be expelled, for it's contrary to the rules of the governors that there should be anything underhand or anything of that sort in the place. So it is this way. We have got into trouble, we Wild Irish Girls, and dear Miss Kathleen is determined that, come what will, the society must not suffer, and she thinks you could help. And if you help in any sort of fashion, why, she'll take precious good care that you get into one of those little almshouses. She said I was to see you to-day, and I was to take her back the answer. And now, will you help or will you not?" "Well, I never!" said Mrs. Church. When she had uttered these words she sank back in her chair. Her knitting was forgotten. Her old face looked pale with anxiety. "Have a cup of tea. It will help you to think more than anything," said Susy. And in a brisk and businesslike fashion she dived into the cupboard, took out the cups and saucers, a little box of biscuits, a tiny jug of milk, a caddy of tea, and proceeded to fill the little teapot. By and by tea was ready, and Susy brought a cup to the old lady. "There now," she said, "you see what it means to have a nice little girl like me to wait on you. You'd have taken an hour hobbling round all by yourself. Now what will you do?" "What shall I do?" said Mrs. Church. "Look around, Susan Hopkins, and ask me what I am to do. How many of those 40 can be squeezed into this room?" "Let me think," said Susy. She looked round the room, which was really not more than 12 feet square. "We couldn't get many in here," she said. "4 might stand against the wall there, and 4 there, and so on, but that wouldn't go far when we are 40. We must have the backyard." "What, and upset the pig?" said Mrs. Church. "Oh, Aunt Church, you really can't think of Brownie at a moment like this. They must all congregate in your yard, and you shall look on. Oh, you'll enjoy it fine. But you ought to have tea for Miss O'Hara and Miss Katie O'Flynn. You really ought. Think, Aunt Church, it is quite worth while when you have an almshouse in view, and you know that for all the rest of your life you are to have a house rent-free, coal and light, and 6 shillings a week." "It's worth an effort," said Mrs. Church. "It is that, but I doubt me, now that the thing seems so near, whether I shall like the crossing. I can't abide finding myself on the salty sea. I have that to think over, and that is against the scheme, Susy Hopkins." "And what do a few hours' misery signify," said Susy, "when you have all the rest of your life to live in clover?" That's true," said the old lady. "If you are positive that it won't upset Brownie." "You can lock Brownie up. I will take charge of the key." "And have him grunting like anything?" "He won't be heard with 40 of them." "It does sound very insurrectionary and wrong," said Mrs. Church. "But if you are certain she will keep her word—" "If I am sure of anybody, it is Miss Kathleen. She looks a good sort. And then, you know, Aunty Church, you can clinch matters by having a nice little tea for her, and afterwards, if you don't speak up, I will. I'll tell her you expect to get the almshouses after doing so much as to entertain 40 of her guests." "Well, look here, Susy, you have thrust yourself into this matter, and you must help me out. I suppose I must have a tea, but it must be a very plain one." "No, it must be a very nice tea. Oh, I'll see to that. Mother shall send over some things from town, a little pink ham cut very thin, and new laid eggs." "And watercress," said Mrs. Church. "I have a real relish for watercress, and it's a very long time since I had any." "You have got your own fowls," said Susy, "so they will supply the eggs, and for the rest I will manage. You are very good indeed, auntie, and mother will be so pleased. Kiss me, Aunt Church. I must be off, or I'll be getting into a terrible scrape." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Ruth's Troubles and Susy's Preparations. The next day the suppressed excitement in the school grew worse. It is sad to relate, nevertheless it is a fact, that Kathleen O'Hara openly neglected her lessons. She kept glancing at Susy Hopkins, and Susy Hopkins once very boldly winked at her. And when she did this, one of the under teachers saw her. Now, there were certain rules in the school which all the girls were expected to keep, and winking and making faces were always prohibited. But the teacher on this occasion did not complain of Susy. There were so many other things to be considered that she thought she would let the matter pass. Ruth Craven was in her class, and more than one girl remarked on Ruth's appearance. Her face was ghastly pale, and she looked as though she had been crying very hard. Alice Tennant was also in her class, and she looked very bold and upright and defiant. Nothing ever induced Alice to neglect her studies, for did not the scholarship depend on her doing her very utmost? She worked just as assiduously as though nothing was happening. But each foundation girl, at least each who had joined the Wild Irish Girls, pressed her hand against the front of her dress, so as really to be certain that the little locket, the dear little talisman of her order, was safe in its place. And each girl felt naughty and good at the same time, anxious to please Kathleen and anxious to adhere to the rules of the school, and each girl resolved that, if she had to choose between the school and Kathleen, she would throw the school over and give allegiance to the queen of the society. But Ruth's unhappy face certainly attracted attention. Cassandra Weldon noticed it first of all. In recess she went up to her and took her hand. "Ruth," she said, "you must come home with me to dinner. Afterwards we can have a good chat, and then you shall have a room to yourself in order to work up your lessons for Miss Renshaw. But what is the matter, Ruth? You don't look well." "I am quite well," answered Ruth, "but I don't think I'll be able to come back with you to-day, Cassie." "Oh, what a pity, dear. Is your grandmother ill?" "No, she is quite well." "And your grandfather?" "They are both quite well. It's not nothing, for it is something, but I can't tell you. Please don't ask me." "You look very sad." "I feel miserable." "I wonder," said Cassandra thoughtfully. Ruth looked at her. There was absolute despair in the eyes generally so clear and steadfast and bright. At this moment Kathleen O'Hara was seen passing through the playground in a sort of triumphant progress. She was accompanied by quite a tail of girls. One hung on her right arm, another on her left. A third danced in front of her, and other girls followed in a thick procession. "I feel like a queen bee that has just swarmed," she remarked en passant to Cassandra Weldon. Her rude words, the impertinent little toss of her head, and the defiant glance out of her very dark blue eyes caused Cassandra to stamp her foot. "Ruth," she said, "I don't like your friend Kathleen O'Hara." "But I love her," said Ruth. "That is just it. She makes you all love her, and then she gets you into trouble." "But getting into trouble for a friend doesn't make you hate that friend," said Ruth. "Well, I fail to understand her. I agree with Alice Tennant about her. A girl of that sort, fascinating, handsome, dangerous, works havoc in a school. Listen, Cassie," said Ruth suddenly. "A good many people will be saying bad things about Kathleen before long, and perhaps you will be questioned. I know that Alice Tennant has been questioned already. Will you promise me something, Cassie?" "You look so imploring that I'd like to promise you anything. But what is it?" "Do take her part when the time comes. You are certain to be asked." "But I don't know her. How can I take her part?" "You can say the kindest things. You can explain that she has always been bright and gay and loving and kind." "I don't know that she has." "Cassie," said Ruth, "your goodness to me has been almost past understanding, but I could hate you if you spoke against her, for I love her." Just then a teacher came out. touched Ruth Craven on her arm and said, "Will you go at once to see Miss Ravenscroft?" "Why, you have got into a scrape, Ruth. Is that why you look so pale and excited and distressed?" said Cassandra. She spoke in a whisper. Ruth's eyes looked full into hers. "God help me," she said under her breath. "Cassie, if you knew, if you could guess, you'd pity me." Ruth turned away and followed the teacher into the school. A moment later she was standing before the head mistress. "Now, Ruth," said that lady, "I have given you as long a time as possible. Are you prepared to tell me what you know of the Wild Irish Girls?" Ruth was silent. "I can't give you any further time. There is to be a meeting of the governors at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a special meeting, convened in a hurry in order to look into this very matter. If you don't tell me in private what you can tell me, I shall be obliged to ask you to appear before the governors. In that case it would be a matter of insurrection on your part, and it is very doubtful if you would be allowed to remain in the school." "It is very cruel to me," began Ruth. "My dear, the path of right is sometimes cruel. We must put this matter down with a strong hand. Do you or do you not know where Kathleen O'Hara and her society are to meet this evening?" "I've been thinking it out," said Ruth. "I've had no one to consult. If I were to tell, I should be a traitor to Kathleen. I did not care for the society, although I love her. I joined it at first. I can't quite tell you how, but afterwards I left it. I left it entirely for my own benefit. There is a girl in this school whom you all love and respect. I don't suppose any other girl in the whole school bears such a high character. Her name is Cassandra Weldon." "Of course I know Cassandra Weldon," said the head mistress. "She is our head girl." "She is, and she is not proud, and she is, oh, so kind. She offered me a very great help. She presented to me a tremendous temptation." "What was that, Ruth?" Miss Ravenscroft began by being cold and indifferent. She was now really interested. "You can sit down if you like," she said. But Ruth did not sit. She only put one pretty little hand on the back of a chair as though to steady herself. "I will tell you everything that concerns myself," she said. "I don't mind how badly you think of me. I had joined the other foundationers as a member of Kathleen's society. Then Cassandra presented the temptation. She offered to give me the services of her coach, Miss Renshaw, to work up for the Adelais scholarship. That means £60 a year. We are poor at home, Miss Ravenscroft. My grandfather and grandmother are very poor people, but my father was a gentleman and my mother was a lady, and their great longing in life was to have me well educated. My grandparents can scarcely afford the expense of keeping me in this school. I know I am a foundationer and my education is free, but there are other small expenses that have to be met. Even for me to live at home is almost more than they can compass. You can therefore imagine the great and wonderful delight of being able to secure a scholarship of £60 a year. I could scarcely have managed it without this help. It was noble of Cassandra to offer it, and I accepted it, Miss Ravenscroft. After that, of course, I couldn't remain in Kathleen's society, for Kathleen and Cassandra hate each other, and I couldn't be one moment with one girl and another with the other. So I gave up the society and joined Cassandra. But I can't now betray those who were my friends. I have made up my mind. I can't." "You have really made up your mind?" "Quite indeed. I cannot. Do you know what this means? I can guess. We shall be obliged to call a meeting of the governors. You will be had up before them. If you still persist in keeping your knowledge to yourself, they will be obliged to strike your name off the school roll. You will not then be able to get the Aedenus scholarship. You are a clever girl, Ruth, my dear child. The whole thing is a mistake. You do wrong to conceal insurrection. I can tell your special friend Kathleen, who will no longer be queen of the Wild Irish Girls to-morrow morning, that I have forced this confession out of you. She will not hate you. She will forgive you. She will understand. My dear, why should you sacrifice everything for the sake of this naughty Irish girl?" "Because I love her, and because it would be mean," answered Ruth, as now she burst into tears. Miss Ravenscroft talked to her a little longer, but Ruth was firm. When she left the head mistress's presence, she felt a certain sense of almost elation. "Now I don't feel so absolutely horrible," she said to herself. "Of course I will face the governors. I will just say that I don't know, but that I can't tell. Yes, I believe I have done right. Anyhow, I don't feel quite so bad as before I went to see Miss Ravenscroft." Meanwhile, Susy Hopkins was having a busy time. She went to school in the morning, but as soon as ever lesson hours were over, she flew back to her mother's shop. There Mrs. Hopkins awaited her with a tray full of good things. "Now, Susy," she said, "Tom will help you, for I have got him to promise. He will borrow a wheelbarrow, and all the things can be stacked away tidily into it, and he will take them straight off to Aunt Church's house with you immediately after dinner. You had best spend the afternoon with the old lady and encourage her all you can. It is a blessed relief to have 2 months of that debt wiped out, and I am very much obliged to you, child, and I will help you all I can." "You can't think how exciting it is, mother," said Susy. "And you know the best of the fun is, they are making no end of a fuss in the school. They are trying to find out all about poor Kathleen's society in order to put a stop to it, and to call the foundationers to order. But the only effect of the fuss is to make more and more of the girls want to join. I saw Kathleen for a few minutes this morning, and she said that she had 12 applications for badges already today, but she told the new girls that they had best not come to the meeting tonight, as there wouldn't be room for them. Kathleen is in the highest spirits. She is just laughing and dancing about and looking like a sunbeam." "Dear, dear," said Mrs. Hopkins, "I do hope it's nothing wicked. You girls of the present day are so queer. There's no being up to half your pranks. It would be a sorry day for me if you were banished from the school, Susy." "Oh, I won't be. It will be all right. Anyhow, this is delicious fun, and I mean to go on with it. What have you got for the old lady's tea, mother?" "Well, now, look here. Of course, she's only going to give tea to Miss O'Hara and Miss O'Flynn. I haven't seen that lady. And yourself and Tom. That's about all." "And Tom will have a pretty keen appetite," said Susy. "I'll tell Miss Kathleen that she is to be at Aunt Church's house quite half an hour before the rest of the girls, so that auntie can have her talk with her and arrange about the almshouse, and also that Kathleen and Miss O'Hara may have their meal in comfort. What's the grub, mother? Tell me at once." "Bread and butter," said Mrs. Hopkins, beginning to count on her fingers. "A pot of strawberry jam." "Oh, gallumptious!" burst from Susy. "A plum cake." "Better and better!" cried Susy. "A little tin of sardines. Some ladies are very fond of a savoury." "Yes, mother, quite right, and so is auntie for that matter. You haven't forgotten the watercress, have you? Here's a great bunch of it. You must turn the tap over it and wash it as clean, and what with new-laid eggs and tea with cream in it and loaf sugar, why, I think that's about enough." "So it is, mother, and it's beautiful. But, mother, I do think Aunt Church would relish a pound of sausages. It isn't often she has anything of that kind to eat. She lives very penuriously, you know, mother." "Well, I suppose I can fling in the sausages. I'll just run round to the shop and buy them. Now then, eat your own dinner, Susy, and be quick. Tom has eaten his and has gone to fetch the wheelbarrow from Dan Smith, the cartwright." Mrs. Hopkins's programme was carried out. Tom arrived at the door with the wheelbarrow about 2 o'clock. The provisions were stowed safely away in the bottom and covered over with a piece of old matting, and then Tom and Susy started off. Both boy and girl were in high spirits. The day was as fine as it had been on the previous day, and Susy chatted to her heart's content. "My word," said Tom, "I must be in it." "But you can't, Tom. You are a boy. That would be the final straw. If the ladies of the school and those awful governors were to come along and to see a boy in the midst of 40 girls, I do believe we'd all be put in prison. You must clear out, Thomas. Make up your mind to that as soon as ever you have handed over the things to Aunt Church." "You wait and see," said Tom. "You may suppose you are a favourite with Aunt Church, but you are nothing at all to me. I can just twist her round my fingers. It's a fine time I mean to have. I won't worry you at all when you are having your commotion in the yard. For the matter of that, I'll creep into the pigsty with Brownie, and we can look over the doorway." "Oh, Tom, you are certain to be discovered, and you'll just pinch that pig and make him squeal like anything." Tom laughed. "I mean to have my fun," he said, "and don't you suppose for a moment that I'm going to funk a lot of stupid, silly girls. How much do you think I'm going to eat, miss?" "I am sure you are going to be horribly greedy, but perhaps when you see Miss O'Hara and Miss O'Flynn you'll take a fit of shyness. It's to be hoped you will." "Shyness!" cried Tom. "What's that?" "It's what you ought to have, Tom, and it's to be hoped you will have it when the time comes." "Looks like it," cried Tom, rubbing his hands in a meaning way. "Never frightened of anybody in the whole course of my life. Mean to have a lark with your pretty Miss Kathleen. Mean to get a sov or two out of that charming Miss O'Flynn. Mean to coax Aunty Church in to give me that microscope when she moves across the sea to Ireland. Tell you, Susy, I'm up to a lark, and the best of the supper goes down my throat. Now you know, and there's no use watering, for what can't be cured must be endured. Tom Hopkins is part and parcel of this here feast, and the sooner you make up your mind to enjoy me, the better." Susy felt slightly alarmed, but she knew from experience that Tom's bark was worse than his bite, and she trusted to Aunt Church desiring him a peremptory manner to go when the time approached, and to Tom's being forced to obey her. They arrived in good time at their destination, and Mrs. Church received them figuratively with open arms. And now began the real fuss and the real preparation. Tom took a brush and kicked up, as Aunt Church expressed it, no end of a shindy. The little sitting room was a cloud of dust. The table, the chairs, and the little sideboard were pushed about. Everything seemed to be at a loss until Susy peremptorily took the duster out of Tom's hand and reduced chaos to order. Then the tea was unpacked. A very white cloth from Mrs. Hopkins's most precious store was produced. Real silver spoons from the same source made their appearance. A few cups and saucers of good old china were added. The table looked, as Tom expressed it, very genteel. Then the provisions were placed upon the board. "Now we are ready," said Mrs. Church, "and I must say," she added, "that I am pleased. I have known good genteel living in my lifetime, and I expect that Providence means me to know it again before I die. Susy and Tom, you are both good children. You have your spice of wickedness in you, but when all is said and done you mean well. And I may as well promise you both now that when I get to Ireland I will have you over in the holidays. You will enjoy that, won't you, Thomas?" "See if I don't, Aunt Church. And I always was your only boy, wasn't I? And you won't mind, old lady, say you won't mind leaving me the microscope when you cross the briny. I'm fairly taken with that microscope. I dream of it all night, and think of it every minute of the day." "Come here and look me in the eyes, Tom," said Mrs. Church. Tom went over. Out of his freckled face there beamed two honest, light blue eyes. His forehead was broad and slightly bulgy. His carroty hair was cut short to his head. Mrs. Church raised her wrinkled old hand and laid it for a minute on Tom's forehead. "You resemble your great uncle, my husband," she said. "He was the cleverest man I ever came across. He had a real turn for the microscope." "Then of course you will leave it behind you. Of course you will give it to me," said Tom, quite triumphant with eagerness. "No, my boy, that I won't. If you are a good boy and do me credit and get on with your books and do well in that calling which Providence means you to work in, why, I may leave it to you when I am called hence, Tom." "There, Tom," said Susy, coming forward. "Don't worry Aunt Church any more. She's got plenty to think about. Won't you turn him out now, Aunt Church? It is time for you to be dressing, you know." "So it is," said Mrs. Church, looking round her in some alarm. "Whatever is the hour, child?" "It's going on for 6 o'clock, and they will be here at 7:30 at the latest." "Very well," said Tom. "If I must go, I will have a talk with Brownie." He looked at Susy as if he meant to defy her, but Susy was too wise to anger him at that moment. As soon as ever he was out of the house, she fetched hot water, soap, and a clean towel. Having helped old Mrs. Church with her ablutions, she produced a clean cap and a little black shawl. The old lady said that she felt very smart and refreshed, and altogether in a state to do honour to that dear little almshouse. "I am quite taken to you, Susy," she said, "but I do hope you will marshal those dreadful girls into the backyard without any frightening my hens or Brownie." "Pigs aren't remarkable for their sensitiveness," said Susy. "But I tell you what, Aunt Church, Tom's after mischief. He means to witness all the proceedings of dear Miss Kathleen's great society, and we oughtn't to let him. He would do a lot of mischief if the school heard of it, and we would most likely be expelled. He don't mind a word I say, so will you talk to him, Aunty?" "But he can't be in the yard without being seen. You say that they are bringing lamps and will make the place as bright as day." "Yes, but he will be in the sty with Brownie, and he's as good as he'd give her a pinch to make her squeal." "Oh, indeed, I'm afraid that must be put a stop to," said the old lady. "Send him to me this minute." Susy went out and called her brother. There was no answer for a minute. Then Tom appeared, looking somewhat rakish and dishevelled. "Brownie and I were chumming up like anything," he said. Then he pushed Susy aside and walked into the old lady's presence. What she said to him even Susy did not hear, but when the little girl returned to Mrs. Church, Tom was nowhere to be seen. "Has he gone home, Aunt Church?" she asked. "You leave the boy alone," was Mrs. Church's answer. "He's a good boy, and the moral of his grand uncle, and I'll leave him that microscope. See if I don't." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The governors of the school examine Ruth. At 4 o'clock that afternoon the governors of the Great Shirley School met in the room set aside for the purpose. There were 6 governors, and they were all ladies. Their names were Miss Mackenzie, Mrs. Naylor, Mrs. Rose, the 2 Misses Scott, and Miss Jane Smith. The founders of the Great Shirley School had ordained that it should always be governed by women, that women should conduct its concerns, should see to the best possible education of its pupils, and should manage these things to the best of their ability. Even the trustees of the trust fund were women. Amongst these ladies Miss Mackenzie was reckoned as head. She was a tall, strong-minded woman with iron grey hair, false teeth, a prominent nose, and small, steel grey eyes. Miss Mackenzie was between 60 and 70 years of age. She always dressed in the severest and most old-fashioned manner, and wore her iron grey hair in ringlets on each side of her head. She was an excellent woman of business, and was dreaded not only by the schoolgirls, but also by one or two of the ladies of the committee. Those who most feared her were the two Misses Scott and Miss Jane Smith. Mrs. Ross was a fashionable woman who went a good deal into London society, talked about the Great Shirley School to her different friends, and was considered an expert on the subject of girls' education. Mrs. Ross had a husband and a beautiful home. She dressed remarkably well, and was looked down on in consequence by Miss Mackenzie. Mrs. Naylor was the oldest of the governors. She was a little, wizened lady with a face like a russet apple, a kindly smile, and a sweet voice. It was the custom of the governors to meet 4 times a year as a matter of course, and as a matter of expediency they met about as many times again, but a sudden meeting to be convened within 48 hours' notice was almost unheard of in their experience. When they were all seated round the table, Miss Mackenzie, who was chairwoman, took out the agenda and read its comments aloud. These were brief enough. "To inquire into the insurrection amongst the foundationers, and in particular to cause full investigation to be made with regard to the Irish girl Kathleen O'Hara." "This is really very astonishing," said Miss Mackenzie, turning to the other governors. "An insurrection amongst the foundationers! Had we not better summon Miss Ravenscroft, who will tell us what she means?" A clerk who attended the meetings, also a woman, went away now to summon Miss Ravenscroft. She appeared in a few minutes, was asked to seat herself, and was requested to give a full explanation. This she did very briefly. "At the beginning of term," she said, "a girl of the name of Kathleen O'Hara joined our number. She was eccentric and untrained. She came from the southwest of Ireland. I had her examined and found that she knew extremely little. We were forced to put her into much too low a class for her years and general appearance." "Well," said Miss Smith, "but after all, isn't a crime? I don't quite understand." "If you will kindly resume your story, we shall be obliged, Miss Ravenscroft," said Miss Mackenzie. Miss Ravenscroft did resume it. She traced Kathleen's conduct from the first day of her arrival to the present hour. Short as the time was, not more than 6 weeks, she had worked havoc in the school. Her influence was altogether felt amongst the foundationers. They crowded round her at all hours. A glance from her eyes was sufficient to compel them to do exactly what she wished. They ceased to be attentive to their lessons. They were often discovered in school in a state of semi-drowsiness. They were rebellious and impertinent to their teachers. In short, they were in a state of insurrection. "And you trace this disgraceful state of things to the advent of the Irish girl?" said Miss Mackenzie. "I am sorry to say, Miss Mackenzie, that I do. When I noticed that Kathleen O'Hara had a disturbing influence over the girls, I caused further inquiries to be made, and then I made a discovery which distressed me very much. My eyes were first opened by the fact that one of our teachers picked up off the floor, just where a certain Clara Sawyer, one of the best and most promising of the foundationers, was sitting, a small locket, evidently a badge, She brought it to me, and I now hand it to you ladies for inspection." The little silver heart-shaped badge was passed from one lady to another. The Misses Scott thought it pretty and quaint. Miss Jane Smith murmured the words "Wild Irish Girls" under her breath. Mrs. Rose pushed it away from her as though it was beneath notice. Mrs. Naylor said: "Very pretty, quite touching, isn't it? Heart-shaped. I always think that's such a sweet emblem, don't you, Miss Mackenzie?" But Miss Mackenzie, with a sniff, took up the little talisman and turned it from right to left. "Wild Irish Girls," she said aloud. "What can this mean?" "I can throw some light on the subject, but not much," said Miss Ravenscroft. "It is quite evident that a society calling itself by this name exists, and that it has been instituted and formed altogether by Kathleen O'Hara, who has induced a great number, I should say fully half, of the foundationers to join her. They meet, I have discovered, at night, their rendezvous being, up to the present, a certain quarry a short distance out of town. What they do at their meetings I cannot tell, but I believe they are very riotous, with singing and dancing and sports of all sorts. Of course, as you know, Miss Mackenzie, such proceedings are altogether prohibited in our school." "But this takes place out of school," said Miss Naylor. "Miss Naylor, I should be much obliged if you would allow Miss Ravenscroft to continue," said Miss Mackenzie. Miss Ravenscroft did continue. "Putting aside that question," she said, "the effect on the girls is most disastrous. They are completely out of my control, and I know for a fact that they do not care to please any one except Kathleen O'Hara." "Of course, our duty is plain," said Miss Mackenzie. "We must get the ringleader into custody, so to speak, and either bind her over to break up the society and so keep the peace, or expel her from the school." "She is a difficult girl to deal with," said Miss Ravenscroft. "She has a great deal that is good in her. She is handsome and rich, very affectionate and full of spirit." "But what has a girl who is handsome and rich to do in a school like the Great Shirley?" asked Mrs. Ross. "That is the curious part of it. Kathleen's mother was educated in this school, and she made up her mind that her daughter should never go to any other. Kathleen lives with the Tennants. I should be sorry if she were expelled. There is so much that is good in her. It would be a pity to harden her or hold her up to public disgrace. I hope some other way may be discovered of bringing her to order." "You are quite right, Miss Ravenscroft," said Miss Smith. "I never did hold with the severe hardening process." "Certainly in the case of Kathleen it would do no good," said Miss Ravenscroft. "But what do you propose to do then?" said Miss Mackenzie. "You have not, I presume, asked us to come here without having some plan in your head." "The first thing to do is to get hold of all possible facts," said Miss Ravenscroft. "Now, there is one girl in the school who could tell us a charming girl, a new girl, for she also only joined this term, but in all respects the opposite of Kathleen O'Hara. She for a short time belonged to the rebels, as I must call the Wild Irish Girls, but she saw the folly of her conduct and left them. She could tell us all about them if she liked, and help us to bring the insurrection to an end." "Then that is capital," said Miss Mackenzie, in a tone of enjoyment. "Have the girls summoned, please, Miss Ravenscroft." Miss Ravenscroft turned to the clerk, who went away at once in search of Ruth. Ruth came in looking very white, her face dogged, her usual beauty and charm of manner having quite deserted her. She wore a little school apron, and she kept folding it between her fingers as she stood in the presence of her judges. "Your name?" said Miss Mackenzie. "Ruth Craven." "Your age?" "I am 14." "Where do you live?" "In No. 2 Willow Cottages." "Oh, I know," said Miss Mackenzie, looking with more approval at the child. "I have often met your grandfather. You live with him and his wife, don't you?" "Yes, madam." "And you have been admitted here as a foundationer?" "Yes, madam." "In what class is Ruth Craven, Miss Ravenscroft?" "Ruth is a very diligent pupil. She is in the third remove," replied Miss Ravenscroft, looking with kindly eyes at the child. Ruth just glanced at her teacher and then lowered her eyes. Her beautiful face was beginning to have its usual effect upon most of the ladies present. Some of the stony despair had left it. The colour came and went in her cheeks. She ceased to fiddle with her apron, and clasped her two little white hands tightly together. "My child," said Miss Naylor, "your object in coming to school is doubtless the best object of all." Ruth raised inquiring eyes. "I mean," said the little old lady, "that you want to learn all you can, to gain knowledge and wisdom, to learn goodness and forbearance and long suffering and charity." "Oh yes," said Ruth, her eyes dilating. "If," continued Miss Mackenzie, interrupting Mrs. Naylor, and speaking in a very firm tone, "if, instead of these pleasant things happening, a little girl learns to join insurrections, to forget those to whom she is indebted for such tremendous advantages, then how do matters stand, Ruth Craven?" "I don't understand," said Ruth. Her trembling and fear had come back to her. "The dear child is frightened, Miss Mackenzie," said Mrs. Naylor. "I hope not," said Miss Mackenzie; "but I, as chairwoman, am obliged to question her. Ruth Craven, is it true that you became a member of a silly schoolgirl society called the Wild Irish Girls, and that you wore a badge like this?" Ruth nodded. "Don't nod to me. Speak." "It is true," said Ruth. "Are you a member of that society now?" "No." "Why did you join it?" "Because I loved Kathleen O'Hara." "She is the promoter, then?" Ruth was silent. "You have heard me?" "Yes, madam." "Kathleen O'Hara is the promoter?" Again Ruth was silent. Miss Mackenzie glanced at the other ladies. After a pause she continued: "We will leave that matter for the present. Please write down, Miss Judson," here she turned to the clerk, "that Ruth Craven has refused to answer my question with regard to Kathleen O'Hara. We will return to that point later on. Why did you leave the society?" "I did so because I wanted to join a scheme proposed by a girl who was not a foundationer and not a member of the society. Her name is Cassandra Weldon." "One of our best and most promising pupils," interrupted Miss Ravenscroft. "I know her," said Miss Mackenzie. "We have every reason to be proud of Cassandra Weldon. And so she, this charming and excellent Cassandra Weldon, is your friend, little Ruth Craven?" "She has been extremely good to me, madam. She offered me the services of her own coach in order that I might work up for the Aedenus scholarship." "And do you think you have a chance of getting it?" "I don't know. I mean to try." Her dark blue eyes flashed with intelligence and longing as she uttered these words. "I think we are now in possession of the facts," said Miss Mackenzie. "Is that not so, Mrs. Rose? Ruth Craven was a member of the objectionable society. She very wisely left it, knowing that she would be better herself by doing so. Now then, Ruth, we expect you to tell us all about the society, where it meets,
and as much as you know about its rules. And you must also acquaint us with the names of the girls who are members." Ruth again was silent, but now she held herself erect and looked full at Miss Mackenzie. "You hear me, child? Speak. You can make your narrative brief. Where does the society meet? What does it do? What are its rules? Go on. You are not stupid, are you?"
"No, Miss Mackenzie," said Ruth, "I am not stupid, and I am very sorry indeed to seem rude, but I cannot answer your questions. You know that Kathleen's society exists. That fact I cannot hide from you, but you will not hear anything more from me. It would be a very terrible thing for me to be expelled from this school. It would mean great sorrow to my grandfather and grandmother, but I cannot betray my friend Kathleen, nor any of the other girls of the society." Miss Mackenzie was silent for quite a minute. The other ladies fidgeted as they sat. Ruth, having delivered her soul, looked down. After a long pause, Miss Mackenzie said quite gently: "Ruth Craven, you scarcely realize your own position. We cannot possibly let a little girl who is rebellious, who keeps secrets to herself which she ought to tell for the benefit of the school, continue in our midst. We will give you 3 days to think over this matter. If at the end of 3 days you are still obstinately silent, there is nothing whatever for it but that you should be expelled from the school. Do you understand what that means?" "It means that I must go, that I shall lose all the advantages," said Ruth.
"It means that and more. It means that in the presence of the whole school you are pronounced unworthy, that you leave the school publicly, being desired to do so by your teacher. It is an unpleasant ceremony, and one which you will never be able to forget. It will haunt you for life, Ruth Craven. I trust, however, my dear child, that such extreme measures will not be necessary. You think now that you are honorable in making yourself a martyr, but it is not so. We who are old must know more than you can possibly know, Ruth, with regard to the benefits of a great establishment like this. Insurrection must be put down with a firm hand. You will see for yourself how right we are, and how wrong and silly and childish you are. Miss Ravenscroft, a special meeting of the governors will take place in this room on Saturday morning. This is Wednesday. Until then we hope that Ruth Craven will carefully consider her conduct and be prepared to answer the very vital question which will be put to her. You can go, Ruth." Ruth left the room. "An extraordinary child," said Miss Mackenzie.
"A sweet child, I call her," said Mrs. Naylor. "What a beautiful face!"
"My dear Mrs. Naylor, does the beauty of Ruth Craven's face affect this question? She is, in my opinion, extremely silly and a very naughty child. Miss Ravenscroft, we leave it to you to bring the little girl to reason. I have known her grandfather ever since he kept a grocer's shop in the High Street. I have respected him more than any man I ever knew. This child in appearance is one of nature's ladies, but we must get her to see things in the right light, and if necessary she must be made an example of. It will be very painful, but it must be done."
"I will do what I can," said Miss Ravenscroft, "but from the little I have seen of Ruth, I imagine she would go to the stake before she would betray those who are kind to her. I will, however, confide in Cassandra. She is extremely fond of Ruth, and she may influence her where others fail. I can't help saying, Miss Mackenzie, that it would be a very terrible thing, and would, I believe, much injure the school if a girl like Ruth were expelled. The other foundationers would feel it. There would be a sense of martyrdom. Sides would be taken for and against her. I trust that this extreme step would not be necessary."
"If she does not tell us what she knows, it will not only be necessary, but it will be carried into effect, and in my presence," said Miss Mackenzie. But now to return to the more immediate business. You say these girls meet in a quarry?" "I have heard rumours to that effect." "Do you think they meet there every night? Are their scandalous proceedings a nightly occurrence?" "Oh no, I do not think they meet oftener than once a week." "Have you any idea what night they choose?" "I am rather under the impression that this is the night." "Then send some one to see, Miss Ravenscroft. One or two of the teachers would be the best. They could go into the quarry to night and wait there in order to see if the girls arrive. If they do, my orders are that they take no apparent notice of them, but write down the names of all present. If that can be done, and you are successful in finding the girls, we shall have the matter, as it were, in a nutshell, and we will soon crush this disgraceful rebellion." "And what about Kathleen?" asked Miss Ravenscroft. "There is very little doubt that she will have to be expelled. Such a girl as that is a firebrand in a school, and however rich she may be, and however well born, the sooner she leaves us the better."
Chapter 21 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Society meets at Mrs. Church's cottage. That evening, at about 7:45, a band of perfectly silent girls might have been seen walking along the road that led to Mrs. Church's cottage. They walked as much as possible on the grass, and glided in single file. Each one, as they expressed it, had her heart in her mouth. Occasionally they looked behind them. Sometimes they started at an ordinary shadow, thinking that a policeman at least would be waiting for them. The foundationers, who called themselves the Wild Irish Girls, had very little doubt what it would mean if their scheme was discovered. They knew, of course, that Miss Ravenscroft would be furiously angry, that the governors would have something to say to them, and that they might be dismissed from the school unless they promised to cease to belong to the society. Perhaps there were worse things than that. There was a timid little girl called Jane Ford, who whispered to her friend that the Wild Irish Girls belonged to the rebels in Ireland, and that it might be considered necessary by the government of the country to have them taken up and put into prison. Nobody for a single moment believed Jane Ford's silly remarks, but nevertheless they gave a sort of thrill to the occasion. It was all delightful, this stealing away in the dark, this pressing one against another as they walked down the little road. And then Kathleen was so fascinating, her eyes were so bright, she was such a valiant sort of leader. If they were men and she was a man, Jane Ford had whispered to her great friend Edith Hart they would follow her to the death. "We'd form a crusade for her," Edith had whispered back. "She is magnificent." And then both girls felt the little heart-shaped lockets round their necks and thought of themselves as heroines. The entire party, numbering about 43 in all, arrived at the cottage. Susy suddenly put in her appearance. "Girls," she said, "it isn't at all certain that we are safe. I saw a man going by not 10 minutes ago, and he looked suspiciously at the house. Miss Ravenscroft will do anything to catch us, but Aunt Church says that if you go into the yard she doesn't think you will be seen or heard. May I take the girls into the yard, Kathleen? And may I take you and Miss O'Flynn into the house to see Aunt Church?" Kathleen nodded in reply. She also felt excited and pleased and completely carried out of herself. Susy ushered her visitors with great pride and pomp into Mrs. Church's little sitting room. Really, she felt herself quite rising in the social scale as she saw her old relative dressed in her best, with the manners she used to wear when she was a housekeeper at Lord Henshall's, and with that most appetizing, most recherché tea on the table. "I will be back in a minute," said Susy.
Aunt Church, here they are, and I know you will give them welcome." "I am proud to do that," said Miss Church. "I presume I am talking to Miss O'Flynn. Will you take a chair here by the fire, miss? I'm afraid the night is a little chilly. Miss Kathleen, I wish I could get up and offer you a seat, but as it is—" "Oh, nonsense!" said Kathleen. "What are young legs for if not to wait on old legs? Oh, what a heavenly delicious tea! What is it that I see? Honey? Oh, don't I just adore honey? Don't you, Aunt Katie?" "That I do," said Miss O'Flynn, "and I could eat comb and all. It never yet disagreed with me, but then I've got the digestion of an ostrich." "Indeed, then, madam, I think you are rather silly to eat the comb," said Mrs. Church, "and you ought always to put butter on your bread when you eat honey. My poor mother told me so, and I have always followed in her steps. If you butter your bread and don't eat the comb, honey agrees with you as well as anything else." "Mrs. Church," said Kathleen, "you are perfectly sweet, and I can't tell you how grateful we are, but we are in something of a hurry, so perhaps you wouldn't mind telling the rest of that story about butter and honey to Aunt Katie when you are in Ireland. Have you made the tea, Mrs. Church? Shall I make it?" "The tea is in that little brown caddy," said Mrs. Church, "and there's a measuring spoon close to it. I allow—" "Oh, I know," said Kathleen. She began to ladle out spoonful after spoonful and put it into the little brown teapot, which she then filled up with hot water. Mrs. Church looked on with a mingled feeling of approval and disapproval. She was being carried completely off her feet. She to give up her dear little neat house in this reckless way, she to give up her most precious tea to be absolutely wasted and practically lost, for Kathleen put in quite 3 times too much tea into the little teapot. She to forgive Susy mother 2 months of that debt which she owed her. Oh, what did it mean? She was going to be ruined in her old age. "I would just like to say this, miss," she said, looking at Miss O'Flynn and then Kathleen. "I'd like to say that I am willing to help the young ladies, and the old ladies too for that matter, but I want to know if it is settled that I am to have the almshouse and 6 shillings a week. I am a plain spoken body, and I'd like to know it, for if it so can be done, I ought to give notice to the landlord of this little house, where I have lived in peace and comfort for over 12 years. I'd like to know, and as soon as possible." "We have written about it, Mrs. Church," said Miss O'Flynn. "I wrote to my brother-in-law this very day, and I expect an answer soon. Of course, we can't tell you to a certainty whether the house is still to be had, but I didn't hear that it was let. We must hope for the best." "And if it is let," said Kathleen suddenly, running up to the old lady and whispering in her ear, "I'll get Dad to send me a cheque, and you shall have it, so you won't lose one way or the other." The whisper of Kathleen's was very soothing to Mrs. Church. She nodded her head twice and said, "Thank you, dear." And just then Susy returned, and tea began in real earnest. While the ladies were enjoying their meal, they did not observe that a round, boyish face occasionally appeared at the little glass partition which divided Mrs. Church's sitting room from her bedroom. The glass reached down about 2 feet from the ceiling, and was the only light the bedroom had. The boyish face bobbed up now and again, made appealing faces in Mrs. Church's direction, and then disappeared. Mrs. Church shook her head at the apparition, but for a time no one noticed the circumstance. Then Susy began to observe it. "What can it mean?" she thought, as she turned and looked. The face appeared, the tongue now stuck into the cheek, one eye winking furiously. "Well, I never!" said Susy. "What are you saying, 'Well, I never' for?" asked Kathleen. "And why do you and Mrs. Church keep gazing up at that ugly glass across the room? What is the glass for?" "It is the window that lights my bedroom, miss," said Mrs. Church. And I don't see," she added, "why I may not look at any part of my own house that I take a fancy to." "Of course," said Kathleen. But Tom was now making pantomimic signs for refreshments. He was touching his mouth, which he opened into a round O, pointing at the cake and honey, and going on altogether in a way that distracted poor Susy. And just as Susy looked up, Kathleen looked up, and the latter burst into a loud laugh and said, "I do declare there's a boy in there." The next instant she had burst into the bedroom and dragged Tom out. "Oh, you are Tom Hopkins," she said. "You are Susy's brother. Now sit down here and have a right good meal. It was silly of you to hide in there, as if we minded." "But, Kathleen, you ought to mind," said Susy, "for it would be the very last straw if we were discovered, and there is a boy found among us. I declare I never felt so nervous in my life. Do go back to the bedroom, Tom. Aunt Church, oughtn't he to go?" "Come and sit by me," said Mrs. Church, "and here's a fresh egg for you. Take your place, Tom, and when the others go into the yard for their foolish mummeries, for I can't make out that there is a bit of sense in the scheme from first to last, why, you and I will finish up what is left of the good things." "You are a brick, Aunt Church," said Tom. He took a seat at the table and gazed with wonder, delight, and admiration at Kathleen. He told his schoolfellows that at that moment he lost his heart to Kathleen. He said that she bowled him over completely. "I haven't a scrap of heart in my body to-day," he remarked to his chosen friends. "I took it out and put it at her feet, and if you'll believe me, she spurned it. That's the way of girls. Don't you have anything to do with them, boys." But the boys only begged more earnestly than ever to have a look at Kathleen. Tom finally promised to secure her photograph by hook or by crook, and to show it to them. When the meal, which was but a short one after all, came to an end, Miss O'Flynn and Kathleen got up and were preparing to go to the yard at the back of the house, when there came the sound of horses' hoofs on the stones outside. They stopped at the cottage, and a loud knock at the door was next heard. "They have come," said Susy, her face white as a sheet. "I knew they would. I wonder what will happen, Kathleen. Aren't you awfully frightened?" "Not I," said Kathleen. "Why should I be frightened? Whoever is there, that has nothing to do with us." Susy's state of panic amused both Miss O'Flynn and Kathleen, and Tom was the only one found brave enough to go to the door in answer to the knock. He came back the next instant with a telegram, which was addressed to Miss O'Flynn. She tore it open and gave a loud scream. "It's my poor cousin Peggy Doherty. She has fallen from a horse and has concussion of the brain. I must go to her at once. Oh, Alana, Alana, what is to be done?" Here Miss O'Flynn turned a face of anguish in Kathleen's direction. "It is that I must leave you, my darling," she said. "I will go back to town with the messenger, get off to London to-night, and cross in the morning. Ah, the creature! And she's my dearest friend. Let us hope that Providence will spare her precious life. Oh dear, dear, this is awful." "I don't see why you should go, Aunt Kate," said Kathleen. "I want you very badly indeed just now." "Then, my sweet child, come straight away with me to Dublin, for as to leaving Peggy in her hour of extremity, I wouldn't do it even for you, Kathleen, and that's saying a good deal." "But how can I come? I have my society and the school." "Well, then, stay, love. Only don't keep me now. Good bye to you, pet. I haven't a minute to lose. Tom, is that your name? Go out and tell the messenger that I will go back with him to Merrifield." "And what about my almshouse?" screamed out Mrs. Church. "This is a nice state of things, I must say. Who minds what a slip of a young lady says? Meaning no offence to you, miss, but I have been spending my money right and left, getting tea that beats all for gentility, and now one of the ladies is off as if it were in a flash of an eye. What about my almshouse?" Miss O'Flynn looked rather indignant. "You shall have your almshouse if it can be got. How unfeeling you are to think only of yourself when my dearest friend may be at death's door. Here is a sovereign, which will more than cover the expenses of the tea. Good bye, Kathleen, core of my heart. Good bye, all of you." Miss O'Flynn flung a sovereign on the table. Mrs. Church made a grab at it, and held it tightly in her hand, which was covered by a black mitten. The next moment the good lady had departed, and Kathleen, looking thoroughly bewildered, was left alone. "Dear, dear," she said, "yet I am an Irish girl, and I am not going to show funk. There are all these poor girls waiting in the yard so long. I will go to them at once. Come with me, Susy." There were about 40 girls in the yard, and they sat close together. The night was sufficiently cold to make them somewhat chill, and the fears which little Janey Ford had put into their hearts began to grow greater and more fixed each moment. When Kathleen appeared, all was immediately changed. Susy preceded her, carrying the little paraffin lamp. This was placed on a table which was arranged in the yard for the purpose, and its light fell now on the vivid colouring and beautiful face of the Irish girl. She took off her favourite blue velvet cap and pushed her hand through her masses of radiant hair, and then flung herself into what she was pleased to call an attitude, but which was really a very graceful and natural pose. Then she said, speaking aloud: "Girls of the Society, Wild Irish Girls, I am sorry to tell you that my aunt, Miss O'Flynn, Miss Katie O'Flynn, who I hoped would have joined our numbers tonight, and would have been a perfect rock of strength for us all, has been obliged to suddenly go back to Ireland owing to an accident that has happened to her dearest friend." "Dear, dear, how sad!" said one or two. "So we are without her, girls," continued Kathleen, "and now I want to know if you are prepared to stand by me through thick and thin." "That we are!" was shouted in one vivid, clear, girlish note. "I am glad to hear it. And if you will stand by me, you may be quite sure that I will stand by you. It is whispered in the school that we are found out, and the school, bless it, is angry. It doesn't want us, you foundationers and me, to have our fun, our little bit of innocent fun." "Very mean of it," said one or two, while the others groaned. "It wants to crush us," continued Kathleen. "We mean the school no harm, and why shouldn't it let us alone? All we want is our fun, a little bit of liberty, and to show those companions who look down upon us that we are as good as they, and that we will fight for each other and have our own way, and meet when we please, and do as we like out of school hours. It is a sort of manifesto of independence. That is what it is, girls, and I want to know if you will stick to it." All the hands were raised up at this juncture, and all the voices said, "Yes, yes, yes." "That's splendid," said Kathleen. "I didn't know I had such an enthusiastic following. Well, girls, we will have to run a certain risk. We will have to conceal all we can about the society. We'll have to be true to each other, whatever happens, and we will meet wherever we like, girls. Let the head mistress and the governor say what they please. Hurrah for Kathleen O'Hara! Hurrah for the Wild Irish Girls forever!" they shouted. "That's about it," said Kathleen. "I called you all tonight to tell you that we are suspected, and we are called insurrectionists, but let them call us what they like." "Please, here," put in the timid voice of Janey Ford, "are we likely to be put in prison? For that would break mother's heart, and do none of us any good." "Oh, you little goose!" cried Kathleen, with her ringing laugh. "Not a bit of it. The worst that could happen to us is to be expelled from school." Now this worst, which was really a matter of little importance in the eyes of Kathleen, was somewhat serious to the other girls. To be expelled meant to deprive them of their chance of being well educated and of earning a decent living by and by. They all felt very grave, and Kathleen, who had a great power of reading what went on in the hearts of those in whom she was interested, felt somewhat that their enthusiasm had abated. "But nothing will happen," she cried, "if we are faithful to each other, stand shoulder to shoulder, and do not, whatever happens, betray each other. Why, girls, Miss Ravenscroft and the governors can do nothing to us unless they have proof, and they will have no proof if we are all true to each other. Now that's the whole of it for tonight. We'll meet in the quarry on Saturday night, and then we'll make a plan for a great expedition all by ourselves to London in the course of next week." "Oh dear," said Susy, "doesn't it make your heart throb?" "And I want to add," continued Kathleen, "that I will thank you. I can't do it always, but I will on this occasion. Aunt Katie O'Flynn has given me some money for that purpose, so you will stick to me, won't you, girls?" "That we will," came from the mouths of all. "And I am your captain, am I not, girls?" "Indeed you are, for we could die for you," said one or two, "and we will never betray you or one another." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Ruth's Hard Choice. She Consults Her Grandfather. The next morning Cassandra Weldon was much surprised, on arriving at the school, to receive a message asking her to step into Miss Ravenscroft's special sanctum. She went there at once, wondering if the head mistress wanted to give her particular instructions with regard to the great scholarship examination which would take place at the end of the term. Cassandra was remarkable for her calm and somewhat stately bearing. She was the sort of girl who never gave herself away. She was admired rather than passionately loved by her companions. No one could help giving her a most sincere respect, but one or two adored her, and amongst these was Florence Archer, a handsome, bright-faced, original sort of girl who was in the same form as Cassandra. "Be sure you come and tell me afterwards what it all means, Cassie," said Florence, touching her friend affectionately on the shoulder. Cassandra nodded. She did not suppose the matter was of special import. The rest of the girls proceeded to their different classes, and Cassandra found herself in Miss Ravenscroft's presence. Now to Kathleen the fact of being interviewed by Miss Ravenscroft only caused a sense of annoyance and unwonted irritation. Ruth was surprised, partly delighted, and partly afraid. But Cassandra, whose father had been a teacher, and who lived all her life in the scholastic world, considered it an honour almost too great for words that she should be specially interviewed by so great a person as Miss Ravenscroft. She made, therefore, a most respectful curtsy, and stood modestly before the head mistress. "Sit down, dear," said Miss Ravenscroft kindly. "I have sent for you, Cassandra, neither to reprove nor to give you ordinary counsel. I have sent for you to consult you, my dear child." "You are very good," said Cassandra, flushing all over her delicate face. "And I am sure," she added, "if it is possible for me to help one like you, I should be only too proud." "That is what I feel, and I think you can help me. We are at present in a very unpleasant position in the school. The unanimity and harmony of this entire large place is in danger, and the foundationers are in extreme peril. You perhaps know to what I allude." "I could not be in the school without having heard rumours of a sort of insurrection which seems to be spreading a good deal," said Cassandra. "Of course," said Miss Ravenscroft. "It has been brought to our ears that a society has been formed by an Irish girl of the name of Kathleen O'Hara. She has called it the Wild Irish Girls. There are several members, and she herself is the leader. Now, Cassandra, Without going into particulars, it is the firm intention, not only of myself as head mistress, but also of the governors, to crush this matter in the bud. It is true that the bud is rapidly blossoming into most dangerous flower and fruit, but if we are in time we shall stop all further mischief. Now, to do this we must get all particulars. There is one girl who can furnish us with all we want to know, but she dreads, doubtless from conscientious motives, to betray her late companions. I allude to Ruth Craven." "Poor little Ruth," said Cassandra. "I thought as much. The child is very unhappy. I take a very great interest in Ruth, Miss Ravenscroft. She is a most sweet girl. She is a lady placed in position which a lady should scarcely occupy, but through it all she will never betray the true instincts of her nature." "I am sure of that. I quite like the child myself," said Miss Ravenscroft. "And your opinion of her, Cassie, confirms my own. She told me too that you have been extremely kind to her. I quite expect that this is the case, but my dear, the time has come when Ruth will either have to tell us what she knows or to resign her place in the school." Cassandra's face looked troubled. "There are no two opinions on the matter," continued Miss Ravenscroft. "Yesterday a meeting of the governors was convened. They assembled in the committee room, and I was present. Ruth was sent for and questioned by Miss Mackenzie, our chairwoman. She was asked certain questions which she absolutely refused to answer. The only thing we could get out of her was that she had been a member of the society, but was one no longer." "She left them because of me," said Cassandra. "She felt she could not be with me and with those who did not approve of the paying girls." "There you are," said Miss Ravenscroft. "Think of the monstrous mischief that is going on in our midst. Children like the foundationers, who are received at the school without being expected to pay anything, who get the most admirable education free of all cost, daring to set up their opinion against girls who, without being in any sense their superiors, one doesn't want to imply that for an instant, are yet vastly superior in numbers. The thing must be put a stop to, and with a high hand. And to show you, my dear, what we mean to do, we have presented an ultimatum to Ruth Craven. She will either tell publicly what she knows of the Wild Irish Girls or be publicly expelled." "Oh, poor Ruth," said Cassandra. "We are naturally most anxious that such a painful scene should not take place," said Miss Ravenscroft. "I beg of you, therefore, Cassie, to see her and use your influence to induce her, not from Quintox motives, to ruin herself and injure the other girls of the school." "I will do what I can, but Ruth is rather peculiar. She is, with all her sweetness, very obstinate. Still, I faithfully promise to do what I can." Cassandra left the presence of Miss Ravenscroft and returned to her place in class. Nothing would induce her not to work with her usual diligence, but when on certain occasions she raised her head, she saw that Florence Archer was watching her with curiosity and affection, and that Ruth darted quick glances at her and then bent her head, with its curly hair falling over her face, to resume her lessons. This was a half holiday, and the classes broke up at 12 o'clock. Cassandra hoped to have a talk with Ruth before she went home, but when she looked around for her little favourite she could not find her anywhere. The foundationers were standing in knots, talking eagerly to each other. There was a sort of buzz or whisper going on in their midst. Kathleen O'Hara darted from one group to another, smiled at one set of girls, patted the shoulder of a favourite girl in another group, laughed one time and said an emphatic word to another, and presently disappeared, accompanied by Susy Hopkins. Alice Tennant was standing by herself. She looked dull and depressed. Cassandra went up to her. "Is there anything the matter, Alice?" she asked. "Matter?" replied Alice. "Surely you must know that for yourself. Have you not heard what a condition the school is in?" "I have, of course, heard about the Wild Irish Girls," said Cassandra, lowering her voice. "But surely the fact that there are a few naughty girls in our midst need not upset the whole school." "It upsets me anyhow," said Alice, "for I feel that I have brought it on the school. I could cry. I only wish that mother had never been induced to take Kathleen as a boarder. She is worse than troublesome. She is a girl without principle." "Oh, I don't think quite so bad as that, dear," said a gay voice at the moment, and turning, Alice saw the piquant and beautiful face of the girl she loathed. "I guessed, of course, that you must be alluding to me," said Kathleen. "I am bad, but I have my own principles, and a good old-fashioned set worth a great deal." She nodded impertinently to both the girls. Then she re-entered the school. "I left my satchel and came back for it," she said as she vanished from their view. "Yes," said Alice, "that is just like her. Just the sort of thing she would do. She is always daring every one. I do wish some strong influence could be brought to bear on her. There is no doubt she is very clever, and when she likes she can be extremely agreeable. She is extremely pretty, you know, and that goes a long way." "Not with me, thank goodness," said Alice. "In fact, I almost hate her face. I detest people who are always grinning and smiling and showing themselves off. My opinion is that schoolgirls ought to be modest and attentive to their books, and not thinking of giving themselves airs. But there, no one agrees with me. Mother and the boys are fairly mad on Kathleen, and as to the servants, there's nothing they wouldn't do for her. Every one combines to spoil her. I don't see that she has the least chance." Cassandra talked a little longer to Alice, and then prepared to go home. She was disappointed that she had not seen Ruth, but Ruth had promised to be with her quite early in the afternoon. They were both to work for 2 hours, and afterwards their coach was to arrive. Ruth would spend the entire afternoon at Cassandra's home. On her way back, Florence Archer suddenly joined her. "Now, Cassie," she said, "what is it?" "Oh, can't you guess for yourself, Flo? It is this. The school has got into trouble, and the governors and Miss Ravenscroft mean to sift the matter to the very bottom. It is pretty bad when all things are considered, for if the girls won't tell they will be expelled without any hope of returning. And I rather fancy Kathleen is the sort of girl whom no one will betray. It is extremely awkward, and I feel very miserable about it." "You look it, and yet it isn't your affair. Your place in the school is secure enough." "What does that matter, Flo, when those you love are in danger?" "Those you love in danger, Cassie? What do you mean now?" "I mean just what I say. I am decidedly fond of little Ruth Craven. She is placed in a hard position, but she is so clever and so pretty that she could do anything. Well, I am certain that Ruth won't betray her companions." "I forgot," said Florence, "that she did belong to that silly society. What a little goose she was!" "She was led into it by Kathleen. They all were, for that matter. Kathleen seems to have a singular power over them. But Ruth doesn't belong to it now. No, I can't in justice to her explain any further, Florence. I will tell you all I can, of course. But may I say good bye for now, for I have a good deal to do before dinner." "You are not half as friendly as you used to be," said Florence, pouting. "You hardly ever ask me to your house, and when I ask you to mine, you always have an excuse ready. It is somewhat hard on me that Ruth Craven should have come between us." "But she hasn't. I wish that you would believe that she hasn't. I have to give her a sort of protecting love. But you and I, Flo, are equal in our love. Surely we can afford to be kind to a little girl who has not our advantages." "Oh, if you put it in that way, I don't mind a bit," said Florence cheerfully. "Well, good bye for the present. We'll meet to-morrow morning." The girls parted, and Florence went on her way home. Meanwhile, Ruth had also gone on her way. She walked slowly. Once or twice she stopped. Once, when in a somewhat narrow and lonely path, She paused and looked up at the sky, and then down at the ground beneath her feet. Once she uttered a sort of expressive sort of sigh, and once she said half aloud, "I do hope God will help me. I do want to do just what is right." Thus lagging as she walked, she by slow degrees reached her home. Mrs. Craven happened to be out, but old Mr. Craven was seated by the fire. He was feeling rather poorly to-day. He had a large account book open in front of him, and when Ruth entered he laid down the pen with which he had been summing up his figures. "I can't make them quite right," he said slowly. "Why, grandfather, what is the matter?" said Ruth in some surprise. The old man's large clear blue eyes were fixed on the child. "I had a curious feeling this morning," he said, "but I know now it was only a dream. I thought I was back in the shop again. I was up, my dear. I had taken a bit of walk, and I came in and sat down by the fire. It came over me all of a sudden how lazy I was, and how wrong to neglect the shop and not give your grandmother a bit of help with the customers, and so strong was the notion over me that I unlocked the old bureau and took out the account books. I said to myself, I can at least square everything up for her, and that will help her as much as anything. She was always a rare one to see a good balance at the end of the week. If she had a good balance and all things nicely squared up, we'd have a nice little joint for Sunday, and she'd put on her little bonnet and best mantle, and we'd go for a walk in the country arm in arm, just like the Darby and Joan we were, Ruthie, and which we are. But if the balance didn't come out on the right side, she'd stay at home. She'd never cry or despair. That wasn't her way. 'Bless you,' she'd said, 'we must think of some way of saving John, or we must do a bit more selling of the stock.' She was a rare one to contrive." Ruth heard this story of her grandmother many and many a time before, but her grandfather's look frightened her. She went up to him and closed the big account book. "You have balanced things a long time ago," she said. "Don't fret now. May I put the account book aside?" "You may, darling, you may. But the accounts ain't balanced, Ruthie. We're on the wrong side of the ledger, my love, on the wrong side of the ledger." Ruth said nothing more. She put the book back into the drawer and locked it. Then she sat down by her grandfather's side. "Would you rather I got you your dinner?" she said, "or would you rather I talked to you for a little?" "I'd a sight rather my little Ruth sat near me and let me place my hand on her hair. Your hair is jet black, Ruthie, almost blue black. So was your father's hair, my child. He was a very handsome boy. I never looked for it that he would die in the foreign parts and leave you to your grandmother and me. But you have been a rare blessing to us, a rare blessing." "Sometimes I think," said Ruth slowly, "that I have been a great care. I must have cost you a great deal to feed and clothe me." "Oh, no, no, child. Far from that. You are always the bit of good luck on the right side of the balance. Always, always." Ruth took the old man's hand and pressed it between both her own. Presently she rubbed her cheeks softly against it. "Grandfather," she said, "are you all right now? Quite wide awake, I mean? Has the dream about the shop and the wrong accounts passed out of your head?" "Why, yes, darling, of course. It was only a dream." "Then I'd like to ask you something." "Ask away, my little Ruth. You are such a busy little maid now, what with your school, and what with your lessons, and what with that big scholarship. £60 a year. Ah, we shall have a fine right side of the ledger when little Ruth has brought home £60 a year." Ruth stifled a groan. "I am rather puzzled," she said, "and I want to put a question to you." "Yes, my darling, I am prepared to listen." "I know a girl," said Ruth after a pause. She thought that she would tell her story that way. "I know a girl at school, and she has been kindly treated. She is one of the foundation girls,
But some of the girls who are not foundationers have singled her out and been especially good to her."
Well, that's good of them," said old Mr. Craven.
"They have been very good to her. But that Irish girl whom I told you about, she started a society. No special harm in itself. At least, it didn't seem harm to the girl I have been telling you about, and she joined it. She joined it for a bit, and she liked it that is, on the whole. But afterwards, a girl who had not joined the society and did not belong to the foundationers, one who I am sorry to say the foundationers did not care for at all, offered a great kindness to this girl, a very special and tremendous kindness, and the girl in her own mind decided that she would be doing wrong not to accept it. So she did accept it, and are you listening, grandfather?"
"Indeed I am, little maid. Go on, my child. I am attending to every word."
"The girl decided to accept the kindness from the paying girl, and to do that she had to give up the society. She was sorry to give it up, but it seemed to her that it was the only right and honorable thing to do. She could not belong to both, to one side of the school and to the other. She must take her stand with one or the other, so she decided for her own special benefit to take her stand with the paying girls."
"On the whole, perhaps she was right," said the old man. "Can't say unless I know everything, but on the whole, perhaps she was right."
"I think she was, grandfather," said Ruth slowly. "But now please listen. The head mistress at the school and the governors have found out about the secret society. They have found out that it exists, but they don't know much more. They know, however, that its influence is bad in the school, and they are determined to crush it out. In order to do this they must get full particulars. They must get the name of the leader. I am afraid that they know the name of the leader, but they must also get the names of her companions, all of the names, and as much as possible of the rules of the society. Now, the only girl not a member of the society who can give those particulars is the girl I have been talking about, for of course she knows, as she belonged to it at one time, although she has now left it. And the governors and the head mistress sent for this girl and asked her to betray her companions, those girls to whom she had sworn fealty, and the girl refused."
"Quite right," said old Mr. Craven.
The colour rushed into Ruth's cheek. She clasped her grandfather's hand firmly. "She thought it right, but something dreadful is going to happen. It will be terribly hard for the girl if she sticks to her resolves, for the governors of the school have presented what they call an ultimatum to her. They have given her from now till Saturday to make up her mind, and if she refuses on Saturday, grandfather, she is to be expelled publicly. Her sentence will be proclaimed in the presence of all the school, and she'll be watched walking out of the schoolroom and out of the big gates, which will close behind her forever, and all her chances gone, all her golden prospects. Nevertheless, grandfather, speaking to me from your own heart, ought the girl to betray her companions?"
"Upon my word," said the old man, who was intensely moved by Ruth's story.
If it did not occur to him for one moment that the little girl was talking about herself.
"I'll tell you what, Ruth," he said, "I must think over it. I pity that poor girl. I don't think the governors ought to put any girl in such a position."
"They are sorry, but they say they must. They must get at the truth. They must crush out the insurrection."
"But it is turning King's evidence," said the old man. "I don't see how a girl is to be expected to betray her companions."
"That is the position, grandfather. And now I think I will get you your dinner." Ruth went out of the room into the little kitchen. For a minute she pressed her hands against her face. "Grandfather agrees with me," she said to herself. "I am glad I consulted him. No one ever had a clearer head for business or for right and wrong than grandfather when he is at his best. He was at his best just now. I feel stronger. I won't betray Kathleen O'Hara." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23.
Ruth will not betray Kathleen. Soon after dinner Ruth walked over to Cassandra's house. Cassandra was so anxious to see her, so determined to use her influence on what she considered the scale of right, that she was waiting for Ruth at the little gate. "Ah, here you are," she said. "I am so glad to see you. Mother has gone out for the day. We will have a whole delightful afternoon to ourselves. We can do some good work." "Let us," said Ruth. She felt feverish and excited. As a rule, she was very calm, but now her heart beat too fast. She was thinking of her grandfather and of what it would mean to him, and the old grandmother when she came back on Saturday, a disgraced girl, expelled from her high estate, her golden chance snatched from her. Nevertheless, she had always been pretty firm, and pretty well resolved to do what she thought right. She was firmer now, and quite resolved. "Shall we go in at once and set to work?" she said. "I want to read that bit of Tasso over again before Miss Renshaw comes." "No," said Cassandra. "You are always in such a fidget to learn, Ruth. Come into the garden. I want to talk to you." Ruth looked full round at her companion. She saw something in Cassandra's eye which made her slightly shiver. Then she said, "Very well." Cassandra opened the little gate which led into the tiny fruit and vegetable garden. There was a narrow path bordered on each side with a box hedge, down which the girls walked. Presently Cassandra slipped her arm round Ruth's waist. "You knew, of course," she said, "how much I love you." "You are awfully good to me, Cassie." "As a rule, I am not fond of what schoolgirls call falling in love," continued Cassandra. "But I love you. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you." "Thank you," said Ruth again. She wondered what Cassandra would say on Saturday. Surely after Saturday no girl who belonged to the Great Shirley School would like to speak to her. "Now I want to tell you something," continued Cassandra. "I saw Miss Ravenscroft this morning. She told me about you and your position with the governors." "Oh, need we talk of that?" said Ruth, colouring, stopping in her walk, and turning to face Cassandra. "Why shouldn't we? I wish you would tell me everything. Why are you going to be obstinate? But of course you won't be. You must change your mind. She told me, Miss Ravenscroft did, because she likes you, Ruth, and she would be so terribly sorry if you got into trouble over this matter. She said you are certain to get into most serious, terrible trouble, for the governors will on no account depart from their firm resolve to expel you from the school. You will have defied their authority, and that is what they cannot permit. It is on that ground they will expel you, but it is strong enough. No one can suppose for a moment that they are acting with injustice." "I am glad it is on that ground," said Ruth softly. "Then of course you will be wise, Ruth. It is silly and quixotic, for the sake of a girl like Kathleen O'Hara, to ruin all your own prospects." "It is scarcely that, and yet it is that," said Ruth slowly. "It is because I will not be a traitor," she added, lowering her voice, then flinging up her head and gazing proudly before her. "I knew you were quixotic. I knew that was at the bottom of it," said Cassandra. "But you will think it over, Ruth. It would be too terrible to see you denounced in the presence of the whole school and sent out of the school forever. Think of losing your scholarship. Think of the help you want to give your grandparents. Think of your own future." "I think of them all," said Ruth. "But I also think of what father would say if he were alive. You see, Cassandra, before all things he was a gentleman." Cassandra started. She looked full at Ruth. "Is that a slap at me?" she said. "No, I did not mean it as a slap at you or anybody. I only see how the matter looks to me, and how it would have looked to father, and how it looks to grandfather. There are some people born that way. I think After a fashion, I am one of them. There are others who would look at the thing from a different point of view, but I don't think I envy those others. Shall we go in now and set to work?" "You are an extraordinary girl," said Cassandra. "I really don't know whether I love you or hate you most for being such a little goose." "Well, Ruth, if that is your mind, I don't know why you care to go into work, for it will be all over in a day or two, all over, and your fate sealed." "Nevertheless, I should like to read that piece of Tasso and do my work with Miss Renshaw. Shall we go in?" said Ruth. Cassandra somehow did not dare to say any more. Afterwards, when Ruth had returned to her own home, Cassandra sat with her head in her hands for the best part of an hour. Her mother asked what ailed her. "I have a headache," she replied. "I was with a girl to-day who was 50 times too good for me." "What nonsense are you talking, Cassandra? There are few people good enough for you." "To think of her gives me a headache," continued Cassandra. "If you don't mind, mother, I will go to bed now." Meanwhile things were moving rather rapidly in another direction. Kathleen O'Hara, walking home that day in the company of Susy Hopkins, eagerly questioned that young lady. "How prim and proper everyone looked in the school to-day," she said. "What is wrong?" "There is plenty wrong," said Susy. "I tell you what it is, Kathleen, I feel rather frightened. I suppose it will come to our all being expelled." "Oh, not a bit of it," said Kathleen. "Well, it looks rather like it," said Susy. "Do you know what they are doing?" "What?" "They are bringing pressure to bear upon Ruth Craven. The governors convened a special meeting yesterday. They had Ruth before them, and then tried by every means in their power to get her to tell. You see, she is in the position of the person who knows everything. She belonged to us for a time, and now she doesn't belong to us." "Well?" said Kathleen, feeling interested and a little startled. "She wouldn't tell. Of course she wouldn't. She's a brick. The Ruth Cravens of the world are not traitors," said Kathleen. "And so that is what the governors are doing. Horrid, sneaky, disagreeable things. But they are not going to subdue me, so they needn't think it. I tell you what it is, Susy. Why should we put off till next week our picnic to town? Can't we have it this week?" "I wish we could," said Susy. "It would be glorious," she continued. "I do think somehow, Kathleen, that they will catch us in the long run. It might be dangerous to put off our glorious time till next week." "It might. It certainly would," said Kathleen. "We will go to-morrow evening. School is always over at 4. We can meet at the railway station between 5 and 6, and go off all by ourselves too. But where shall we go when we get to town?" "Could we go to a theatre? To the pit at one of the theatres?" "If only Aunt Katie O'Flynn was with us, it would be as right," said Kathleen. "But dare we go alone?" "I am sure we dare. I should be frightened. I think some of the girls know exactly how to manage." "Well, I'll tell you what. You know most of the names of the members. Go round today and see as many as you can. Tell them that I am game for a real bit of fun, and that I will stand treat. We will go to town by the 5:45 train to-morrow evening. We will have some refreshments at a restaurant, and then we will go to the pit of one of the theatres. It will be a lark. There will be about 40 of us altogether." "We are sure to be found out. It is too risky, and yet I think we'll do it," said Susy. "Oh, there never was such a lark." "Nothing could happen to 40 of us," said Kathleen. "I am going to do it just to defy them. How dare they try to make dear little Ruth betray us? But she won't. I am certain she won't." Susy talked a little longer to Kathleen, and finally agreed to take her message to as many of the Wild Irish Girls as she could possibly reach. "They will all hear of it safe enough," said Susy. "The whole 40 of us will meet you at the station to-morrow night. Oh dear, of course it is wrong." "It is magnificently wrong. That is the glorious part of it," said Kathleen. "Oh dear, I feel almost as jolly as though I were in old Ireland again." She laughed merrily
parted from Susy, and ran all the rest of the way home. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Kathleen and Grandfather Craven. Friday was emphatically a summer's day in winter. The sky was cloudless. The few leaves that still remained on the trees looked brilliant in their autumn colouring. The ground was crisp underfoot. The air was soft, gentle, and pleasant. Girls, like all other creatures, are susceptible to weather. They do their best work and have their best feelings aroused when the sun shines and the day looks cheerful. The sunshiny weather puts heart into them, but it is sad to relate that when a girl is bent on mischief, she is even more mischievous, more daring, more defiant when the sun shines and the earth looks gay. Kathleen awoke on the special morning after a night of wild dreams. She raised herself on her elbow and looked across at Alice. "What a lovely day! Why, I see sunshine quite plainly from where I am lying. Wake up, won't you, Alice?" she said. "How tiresome of you to rouse me," said Alice, opening her eyes and looking crossly at Kathleen. Kathleen smiled back at her. Her face was rosy. Her hair was tossed in wild confusion about her head and shoulders. It tumbled also over her forehead, and made her eyes look more dancing and mischievous than ever beneath its heavy shadow. "I wonder," said Kathleen softly. If she had spoken in a loud voice, Alice would have taken no notice, but there was something pathetic and beautiful in her tone, and Alice raised herself and looked at her. "I wonder," she said, "why you hate me so much." "Fudge!" said Alice. "But, Alice, it isn't fudge. Why should I have made myself so terribly obnoxious to you? The others are fond of me. They don't think me perfect, and indeed I don't want them to, but they love me for those qualities in me which are worthy of love." "How you chatter!" said Alice. "I have hitherto failed to perceive the qualities in you that you are worthy of love. It wants another quarter of an hour before our hot water is brought in. Do you greatly object to my sleeping during that time?" "No, cross patch," said Kathleen, turning angrily on her pillow. "You may sleep till doomsday as far as I am concerned." "Polite," muttered Alice. She shut her eyes, folded her arms, and prepared for further slumber. But somehow Kathleen had effectually roused her. She could not get the radiant face out of her head, nor the words, a little sad in their meaning, out of her ears. She looked up, as though moved to say something. "As you have asked me a question, I will give you an answer. I know a way in which you can secure my good opinion." "Really?" said Kathleen, who was too angry now to be properly polite. "And what way may that be?" "Why, this. If you will tell the truth about your horrible society, and spare dear little Ruth Craven, and make Cassandra Weldon happy. I don't care twopence about your tiresome Cassandra, but little Ruth, what ails her?" "The governors are going to insist upon her telling what she knows." "But she won't," said Kathleen, laughing merrily. "She's too much of a brick." "Then she'll be expelled." "What nonsense!" "You wait and see. You don't know the Great Shirley School as well as I do. However, I have spoken. I have nothing more to say. It is time to get up, after all." The girls dressed in silence. Alice had long ceased to torment Kathleen about her own side of the room, provided Alice's side was left in peace. She determined to shut her eyes to untidy wardrobes, to the chest of drawers full to bursting, to a boot kicked off here and a shoe disporting itself there, to ribbons and laces and handkerchiefs and scarves and blouses scattered on the bed, and even on the floor. Alice had learnt to put up with these things. She turned her back on them, so to speak. The two girls ran downstairs together. Just for a moment Kathleen felt frightened at Alice's words, but then she cast them from her mind. It was quite impossible to suppose that anything so monstrously unfair as that a little girl should be expelled from the school could happen. Ruth, too, of all the girls. Ruth, who was absolutely goodness itself. So Kathleen ate her breakfast with appetite, remarked on the brightness of the day to Mrs. Tennant and the boys, and then with Alice started off to school with her satchel of books slung over her shoulder, her gay, pretty dress making her look a most remarkable figure amongst all the girls who were going towards the great school, and her saucy, bright face attracting attention on all sides. There was nothing about Kathleen to indicate that evening she meant to steal from home and, in company with 40 companions, go to London. She was able to keep her own counsel, and this last daring scheme was locked tightly up in her heart. On her way to school she met Ruth. "There is Ruth," she said, turning to Alice. "Oh, and there's Susy in the distance. I want to speak to them both. You could go on, of course, Alice. I will follow presently." "We are rather late as it is," said Alice. "In addition to your misdemeanours, I should advise you not to be late for prayers just at present." "Thanks so much," said Kathleen in a sarcastic tone. She left Alice and ran towards Ruth. "Why, Ruth," she said, "you do look pale." "Oh, I am all right," said Ruth, brightening at the sight of Kathleen. "Then you don't look it, Ruth. Is it true that they want you to tell?" "They want me to, Kathleen," said Ruth, "but I am not going to. You can rest quite satisfied on that point." "You are a splendid, darling brick," said Kathleen, "and I love you to distraction. Dear Ruth, what can I do for you?" "Give up the society as fast as you can," said Ruth. "What? And yet you won't tell?" "It's because it's dishonorable to tell," said Ruth. "Don't keep me now, Kathleen. I want to get into school in good time. Grandfather is not well, and I must hurry back to him." "Your nice white-haired grandfather that you have talked to me about?" "He was ill all night. He talked about you a little. Do you know, Kathleen, I think he'd like to see you. Would you greatly mind coming back with me after school, just to see him for a minute? I have told him so much about you, and I have told Granny too, and they both picture you somewhat as you are. Do you think you could come, just to give them both pleasure?" "Come?" said Kathleen gaily. "Why, of course I'll come, heart of my life. I'd do anything on earth to please you. I'll join you after school, and we'll go straight away. It doesn't matter a bit about my being late for dinner at the Tennants'. Ah, there's Susy. I want to have a word with her." Kathleen pushed past Ruth and ran up to Susy. Susy was looking intensely agitated. There were vivid spots of colour on her cheeks, and her eyes were as bright as stars. "I have managed everything," she said in a whisper. "It's all right. It's splendidly all right. We are all coming. Not one of us will stay behind. We know what it means, of course." "You look very mysterious," said Kathleen. "I wonder why you talk like that. What does it mean, in your opinion?" "Oh, Kathleen, can't you understand? And one does it sometimes in life. I have read about it in storybooks, and there are cases of it in history. You have one great tremendous fling. You do what is wrong. You have a very good time, and you know it won't last. You know that afterwards will come the deluge." "You are a silly," said Kathleen. "Why, what could happen? Nobody need know. We will be far too careful for that. I can't tell you how splendidly I have planned things. I have got up my headache already in order to go to my room and thus avoid all suspicion." "Oh dear," said Susy, "it doesn't sound right, does it?" "Right or wrong, it is fun," said Kathleen. "I am going to have it so. I have got the money, and I mean to have a magnificent time. Now, don't keep me. I must run into school. It's hard of them to grudge us our little bit of amusement." Susy agreed with her friend. Indeed, during those days she was nearly lifted off her feet, so excited was she, so charmed, so altogether amazed at Kathleen O'Hara's condescension to her. Before Kathleen arrived at the school, Susy was a good little girl who helped her mother in the shop, and had dreams of going into another shop by herself by and by. In those days she did not consider herself a lady, nor expect ladies to take any special notice of her. But those dull and stupid days were no more. Gold and sunshine and rich colour and marvellous dreams had all come into her life since the arrival of Kathleen at Merrifield. For Kathleen had discrimination. It mattered nothing to her whether a girl paid or did not pay for her lessons. Wherever she belonged to the despised foundationers, or was respected and looked up to by paying girls. Indeed, if anything, Kathleen had a decided leaning towards the foundationers, and she, Kathleen, was a lady. She belonged to what her mother and Aunt Church called the real quality, none of your upstarts, Aunt Church had said, but one who for generations has belonged to the aristocrats, and they are of the kind who are too great in themselves to be proud. They are proud in the right way, but they never look down on folks. Yes, Susy was a happy girl now. But after all, was she quite happy? Was she not at this very minute more or less oppressed by a secret fear? Suppose any single individual in Merrifield heard of the midnight picnic, the great daring midnight excursion into the heart of London. Susy knew far better than Kathleen what a mad action the girls were about to perpetrate. She knew because she lived with the class who discussed things very openly. If their frolic was not discovered, all would be well. If it was, it would be ruin. Ruin complete and absolute. The ladies of the town would fight shy of her mother's shop. Aunt Church would be very unlikely to get her little almshouse in Ireland, for surely even Kathleen's friends would be very angry with her if they knew. Susy herself would be expelled from the school, and she in her fall would bring down her mother and brother. Yes, terrible would be the consequences if they were discovered. But then they needn't be. Plucky people were not, as a rule, brought into trouble of that sort. It only needed a brave heart and a firm foot and courage which nothing could daunt, and the other girls, the 38 who were to join Kathleen and Susy, would keep them company. Nevertheless, Susy was as unhappy as she was happy that day. She was so absorbed in her feelings and in wondering what would happen during the next 24 hours that she was not attentive at her lessons, and did not notice how the teachers watched her and made remarks, and that their gaze was principally fixed upon the foundationers. No remarks, however, were made. The school came to an end quite in the usual manner. Immediately afterwards Kathleen dashed off to find Ruth. Ruth was waiting for her just outside the gates. "Here I am," said Kathleen. "Take my arm, won't you, Ruthie? I shall be very glad indeed to be introduced to your grandfather." Ruth made no answer. Her face was white, but this fact only increased the rare delicacy, the sort of fragrance, which her appearance always presented. Kathleen and Ruth, did they but know it, made a most charming contrast as they walked arm in arm across the common, for Ruth belonged more or less to the twilight and the evening star, and Kathleen, her face, her eyes, her voice, her actions, spoke to those who had eyes to see of the morning. Kathleen was all enthusiasm, gay life, valour, daring. Ruth's gentle face and quiet voice gave little indication of the real depth of character which lay beneath. "This is such a lovely day," said Kathleen, "and somehow I feel so downright happy. Perhaps I am wrong, perhaps I am right, but I feel happy. I think it is on account of the day." They had now reached the little path which led up to the cottage. Ruth went first, and Kathleen followed. What a tiny place for her darling favourite to live in! But Kathleen felt she loved her all the better for it. Ruth softly unlatched the door and peeped in. The front door opened right into the kitchen, and Mrs. Craven was seated by the fire. "Hush!" she said, putting her finger to her lips. "He is asleep." "I have brought Kathleen O'Hara, Granny. I thought you'd like to see her, and I thought Grandad would like to see her." "To be sure, child," said Mrs. Craven, bustling up and removing her cooking apron. "Bring Miss O'Hara in at once. Is she waiting outside? Where are your manners, Ruth? Ah, Miss O'Hara, I'm right pleased to see you. I am sorry my dear husband is not as well as could be wished, but perhaps if you'd be good enough to sit down for a minute or two, he would wake up before you go." Kathleen entered, held out her hand, greeted Mrs. Craven with a frank smile, showing a row of pearly teeth, and then sat down near the fire. "This is cosy," she said. "Aren't you going to give me a little bit of dinner, Mrs. Craven?" "Oh, my dear young lady, but we live so plain." "And so do I when I am at home," said Kathleen. "I do hate messy dishes. I like potatoes better than anything in the world. Often at home I go off with my boy cousins, and we have such a good feed. I think potatoes are better than anything in the world." "Well, miss, if you'd like a potato, it's at your service." "I should if it is in its jacket." "What did you say, miss?" "If the potato is boiled in its jacket." "Ah, I see they are. Please let me have one." Kathleen did not wait for Mrs. Craven's reply. She herself fetched a plate and the salt cellar from the dresser, and putting these on the table, helped herself to a potato from the pot. "Now," she said, "this is good. I can fancy I am back in old Ireland." Mrs. Craven began to laugh. "Ruth, do have a potato with me," said Kathleen. "They are first rate when you don't put a knife or fork near them." But Ruth had no inclination for potatoes eaten in the Irish way. "I will go in and see how grandfather is, Granny," she said, and she disappeared into the little parlour. "You know," said Kathleen, helping herself to a second potato, and fixing her eyes on Mrs. Craven's face, "you know how fond I am of Ruth." "Indeed, my dear young lady. She has been telling me about you, and I am glad you notice her, dear little girl." "But it is not only I," said Kathleen. "Every one in the school likes her. She could be the primmest favourite with every one if she only chose. She is so sweetly pretty too, and such a lady." "Well, dear, her mother was a real lady, and her father was educated by my dear husband and was in the army." "It doesn't matter if her father was a duke and her mother a dairymaid," said Kathleen with emphasis. "She is just a lady because she is." Before she could add another word, Ruth came in. "Do come, Kathleen," she said. "He is much better after his sleep. I told him you were here, and he would like to see you." "He has been bothered like anything about those accounts," said Mrs. Craven. "I can't make out what has put it into his head. Years ago it was an old story with him that something had gone wrong with the books, but dear hearts, he had forgotten all about it for a weary long while. Now, within the last week, he has been at it again, just as if it was yesterday." "He has an old account book on the table now, Granny," said Ruth. "Well," said Mrs. Craven, "we must humour him. Don't you take any notice, Miss O'Hara. Don't contradict him, I mean." Kathleen nodded. There was a look on Ruth's face which made her feel no longer interested in the Irish potatoes. She slipped her hand inside her friend's, and they went into the parlour. Mr. Craven was seated by the fire. His white locks fell about his shoulders. There was a faint touch of pink on each of his sallow cheeks, and his blue eyes were bright. "Ah," he said, raising his face when he saw Kathleen. "And this is the little lady, the dear little lady, from over the seas, from the heart of Ireland itself. I was once in Ireland. I spent a month in Dublin, and I bought the very best paper for packing my sugars and teas in that I ever came across. Ah, I had a good time. We used to sit in Phoenix Park. I liked Ireland, and I could welcome any Irish maiden. Give me your hand, missy. I am proud to see you." Kathleen gave her hand. She came up close to the old man and said, "Do you know, you have a look of my own old grandfather. He is dead and in his grave, but he had white hair like yours. Do you mind if I put my hand on your hair and stroke it just because of grandfather?" "Ah, my dear, you may do what you like," said the old man. "And you have been good to my little lass, my little woman here. She has told me you have been good to her." "She has been very good to me. I am glad to see you, Mr. Craven. I hope when you get strong again you will come over and stay with father and mother and me at Carrigrohane Castle." "No, no, my love. There was a time when I'd have liked it well, but not now. You see, dear," his voice faltered and his eyes grew anxious, "I must mind the shop. When a man doesn't attend to his own business, accounts go wrong. Now, there was quite a deficiency last week, the wrong side of the ledger. It was really terrible. I think of it at night, and when I wake first thing in the morning, I remember it. I must get to my accounts, little miss, but I am right glad to see you." Kathleen felt a lump in her throat. Ruth, with her bright eyes fixed on her grandfather, stood close by. "But there," said the old man hastily, "it's splendid for Ruth. She's got into that school, and she's trying for a scholarship. I know what Ruth tries for she will get, for her brain is of that fine quality that would not brook defeat, and her mind is of that high order that it must adjust itself to true learning. I was a bit of a scholar when I was young, although I made my money in grocery. Well, Ruth, it's all right. Even if the old man can't square up the ledger, Ruth is right as right can be. Thank you, miss. I can't remember your name, but thank you, little Irish miss, for coming to see me, and good-bye." Kathleen found herself outside the room. Mrs. Craven was not in the kitchen. Ruth and Kathleen went into the garden. "How can you stand it?" said Kathleen. "Doesn't it break your heart to see him?" No," said Ruth. "You see, I am accustomed to him. He talks like that. I am sorry he is so bothered about the accounts, but perhaps that phase will pass." "He is so pleased about you and the scholarship." "Yes," said Ruth. She turned pale. "Whatever happens," she added, "he must never know." "What do you mean about whatever happens?" "He must never know if I do not get it. Good-bye now, Kathleen. I am glad you have seen grandfather and granny. I must go back to granny now. She is very tired. She gets so little rest at night." Kathleen went slowly home. The meal was over at the Tennants', but somehow her couple of potatoes had satisfied her. She felt much more sober than she had done in the morning. She was inclined to think, to consider her ways. She felt an uncomfortable sensation of being haunted by the faces of Ruth and the old man. "But of course Ruth will get her scholarship," she said to herself. "Of course. Of course her grandfather is right. Her brain is of the right order, and her mind is attuned to learning. How nicely he spoke, and how beautiful he looked! How like my dear old grandfather, who has been with God for so many years now." There came a loud rat-tat at the door. David went out and brought in a telegram. It was addressed to Kathleen. She opened it in some surprise and read the contents slowly. There was amazement on her face. A feeling of consternation stole into her heart. The telegram, not a long one, was from her father. "Have just seen Aunt Katie O'Flynn. Do not approve of your society. Squash the whole thing at once, or expect my serious displeasure. O'Hara." "Is there an answer?" asked David. "No," said Kathleen. Yes, I suppose so. Can I have a form, Mrs. Tennant? Can I have a telegraph form?" Mrs. Tennant began to hunt about for one. Telegrams were by no means common things at the Tennants' house. David suggested that the messenger boy might have one. This turned out to be the case. Kathleen began to write, but she suddenly changed her mind. No, there is no answer," she said. "I can write by post." She crushed the telegram up and thrust it into her pocket. After this she went out for a little. She was too restless to stay still. The fascination of the coming sport grew greater as obstacles appeared in the way of its realization. Whatever her father might say, she could not desert the girls who belonged to her society now. "What can have ailed Aunt Katie to betray me in such a fashion?" she thought. She came home in time for tea, but to her amazement she found another telegram waiting for her. This was from Dublin, from Aunt Katie herself. "Have told your father. He received letter from schoolmistress this morning. Very angry about Wild Irish Girls. You must give the whole thing up or you will incur his serious displeasure. Don't be a goose. Nip the thing in the bud immediately. Aunt Katie." "But indeed I won't," thought Kathleen. "Whatever happens, we will have our fun tonight. Whatever happens, neither father nor Aunt Katie nor Ruth Craven can keep me back." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Kathleen has a good time in London. So the headmistress had written. She had dared to write to Kathleen's father. What she said to him was a matter of no moment. She had written, and to complain of her. "She thinks, I suppose," said Kathleen, "that she'll subdue me by these means. She wants to bring, not the long arm of the law, but father's arm right across the sea to stop me. No, Daddy, your Kathleen will be your Kathleen to the end, always loving, always daring, always true, but always rebellious, the best and the worst. I am going tonight, and I am going all the more surely because you wire to me not to go, and because they are daring to bully dear little Ruth Craven, and after I have had my fling I will come back in good time. No fear, nothing will go wrong. Your Kathleen wouldn't hurt a fly, much less your heart, but I mean to have my fun tonight." Kathleen quite sobered down as these thoughts came to her. It was now getting dusk. The girls were to meet at the station at 5:30. They were to go in quite quietly by twos and twos. Each couple of girls was to go to the booking office and take their tickets, and walk away just as though nothing special had happened. They were on no account to collect in a mass. They were not even to take any notice of each other until they were off. Once the train was in motion all would be safe. They might meet then and talk and be merry to their hearts' content. Oh, it was good time they were about to have. This arrangement about meeting one another had been suggested by Kate Rourke, who knew a good deal about theatres, and who also knew how dangerous it would be for so many girls to be seen at the station together. But dressed quietly and just dropping in by couples, nobody would remark them. "And then we must go straight to the theatre," she said, "and stand outside the pit and take our chance. But we will have time enough for that if we leave Merrifield by the 5:45 train." Kathleen noticed that evening that Alice watched her as she moved about the room, that Alice occasionally lifted her eyes and glanced at her when she sat down to read, and when she approached the tea table and helped herself to tea and bread and butter and jam, Alice also kept up that gentle sort of espionage. It annoyed Kathleen. She found herself watching for it. She found herself getting red and annoyed when the calm, steadfast gaze of Alice's brown eyes was fixed on her face. Finally she said, "What are you doing? Why do you stare at me?" "Sorry," replied Alice. She bent over her book and did not glance at Kathleen again. By and by Kathleen went upstairs. She went into their mutual room and turned the key in the lock. "I must get out of the window," she said to herself. "I can easily do it. It is but to swing on to that thick cord of ivy, and I shall reach the ground without the slightest trouble. The back gate that leads into the garden is never locked, and the window I mean to emerge from looks into the garden. I shall go off without anybody's noticing me." Kathleen had to take a great deal of money with her. If there were 40 girls, their tickets would cost a good deal. It is true they were to buy their own in the first instance, but Kathleen was to return them the money in the train. Then the omnibuses they were to go on, the seats at the theatre, their supper of some sort must be paid for by the head of the society. "I promised to frank them, and I must frank them," thought the girl. She slipped some sovereigns into her purse, tucked it for safety into the bosom of her dress, and then put on her hat and jacket. Some instinct told the wild, ignorant child to dress quietly. She put on her plainest hat and a little reefer coat, which looked neat and substantial. She was just drawing a pair of gloves on her hands when Alice was heard turning the handle of the door. "Let me in at once, Kathleen," she cried. Kathleen did not reply at all for a moment. Then she said in a sleepy, smothered sort of voice, which seemed to proceed from the bed, "I have a splitting headache. Don't disturb me." "Very sorry," answered Alice, "but I really must come in." Kathleen made no answer. After a long pause, during which Alice once or twice felt the handle of the door again, the sound of her retreating footsteps was heard. "Now is my time," thought Kathleen. To tell the truth, Alice was not at all taken in by Kathleen's headache. "She is very clever," thought that young lady, "but she has tried that dodge on so often before that I am not going to be deceived by it now." Accordingly she went into her mother's room and stood by the window. Now the window of Mrs. Tennant's bedroom looked also into the garden, and was really parallel with the window by which Kathleen meant to escape. There was an interval of silence, and then Alice had her reward, for the window of their mutual bedroom was flung wide open, and Kathleen, neatly dressed, appeared on the window sill. She looked around her for a minute. Alice caught a glimpse of her bright face by the light of the moon, which was already getting up in the sky. The next minute Kathleen caught firm hold of the arm of the old ivy and let herself down deftly and quickly to the ground. The action was done so neatly, and in fact so beautifully, that Alice, in spite of herself, felt inclined to cry "Bravo!" She knew that if she were to trust herself to that ivy, she would probably fall to the bottom and get, if not really killed,
at least half so. But Kathleen stood serenely on the ground and glanced up at the window from which she had let herself down. Just at that moment Alice rushed into their bedroom. Kathleen had shut the window behind her before she trusted herself to the ivy. She had also unlocked the door. In a moment Alice had put on her hat and jacket, had rushed downstairs, opened the hall door, and was following Kathleen across the common. Now, quite the nearest way to the railway station was across the common. Kathleen walked fast. "Kathleen! Kathleen!" cried Alice. Kathleen looked behind her. She saw Alice and took to her heels. "No, no, Kathleen, I will follow you until I drop. You must let me come up with you." But Kathleen made no answer. If she could do anything well, she could run in a race. Her swift feet scarcely touched the ground. She ran and ran. How soon would Alice get tired? She did not dare to go to the railway station as long as she was following, and the time to catch the train was very short. At the other side of the common was a long, narrow, winding passage, which, after a quarter of a mile of tortuous turning, led right up a back way to the great terminus. Kathleen had given herself exactly the right length of time. Had nothing happened to hinder her, she would have been on the platform 3 minutes before the train came in. For reasons of her own, she did not wish to be long there. She had crossed the common when she looked behind her. Alice was still running, but she was also in the distance. "If I could only double, hide for a minute, and make her give up the chase, all would be well," thought the mischievous Irish girl. There was a great tree which cast a huge shadow just before the winding passage was reached. Kathleen darted towards it. In an instant she had climbed up, and was seated securely in one of its lower branches. "Now, if only she will be quick, she will run past me into the passage. She will never get to the end in time. I shall slip down and go the long way. I know it is a good bit further, but she is not in it with me as far as running is concerned," was Kathleen's thought. Alice came up as far as the tree. She paused a minute and looked around her. Kathleen in the grey darkness looked down at her. Kathleen's face was completely in the shadow, but the light fell full on Alice's, and her face, white and anxious, almost made the other girl laugh. "If the situation wasn't quite so tremendous, I could enjoy this," she thought. Presently Alice ran down the passage. Kathleen waited until her footsteps had died away, and then she descended from the oak tree. She flew as fast as she could the long way to the railway station. "Alice can't think that I want to go by train," thought Kathleen. Now, she was truly a very swift runner, but as she was running tonight, whom should she meet but Mrs. Hopkins. Mrs. Hopkins was on her way home after doing a little shopping on her own account. She saw Kathleen, observed her panting for breath, and stood directly in her path. "Miss O'Hara," she said, "can I speak to you for a moment? It is something very particular indeed. I am very thankful I happened to meet you." I will see you tomorrow, panted Kathleen. "I am in a great hurry. Tomorrow, Mrs. Hopkins." "No, Miss Hara, it ought to be tonight. You are going to the railway station, aren't you, miss?" Kathleen felt inclined to knock that interfering woman down. She darted to one side of the road. "Oh, let me pass," she said. She was shaking with her quick run. She knew the moments were flying. Already she heard the bell at the station ring. The train for London was signalled. She had not an instant to lose. Don't keep me," she said. "But you mustn't go, miss. It would be madness. Wicked. You mustn't. You daren't." Kathleen pushed past her. This time Mrs. Hopkins had no power to stop her. She rushed on, reached the station, flew up the steps, and found herself on the platform just as the train was coming in. Instead of the 40 girls she expected to meet, she saw not more than about half a dozen. They all crowded up to her at once. "I have got your ticket for you," said Susy. "I was just able to screw out the money to get one for you and myself. Here's the train. Let us hop in at once." "But where are all the others? The 40?" gasped Kathleen. "They funked it, almost all of them. Oh, come along, here's the train." The great train thundered into the station. The girls ran wildly, looking for a third-class carriage. At last they found one and tumbled into it. The door was slammed and they were off. Kathleen wondered, she was not sure, but she wondered if she really did see, or if it was only a dream, a pair of brown eyes looking at her from the station, and the severe young figure and shocked face of Alice Tennant. "It must have been a dream. She could not have guessed that I was going to the station. What a good thing she didn't meet Mrs. Hopkins," thought Kathleen. Then she turned to her companions, to the 6 girls who had decided to brave all the terrors of their expedition. They were Susy Hopkins, Kate Rourke, Clara Sawyer, Rosie Myers, Janey Ford, and Mary Wilkins. Kathleen sat quite still for a minute, until she had recovered her breath. She looked around her. To her relief, she saw that they were alone. There was no one else in the compartment. "Now then," she said, "how is it that all the others have funked it?" "There has been so much muttering and whispering and suspecting going on during the whole livelong day that they were positively afraid," said Susy. "Indeed, if it hadn't been for you, Kathleen, I doubt if any of us would have come." "Well, girls, we can't help it," said Kathleen. "If the rest are so timid, there's more fun for us. Isn't that so?" She looked around at her companions. "I mean to enjoy myself," said Kate Rourke. "I have been to a theatre twice before, once when I went with my grandfather, and another time with an uncle from Australia. I didn't go to the pit when I went with uncle. He took me to a grand stall, and we rubbed up against the nobility, I can tell you." It suddenly occurred to Kathleen that Kate Rourke was rather a vulgar girl. She drew a little nearer to her, however, and fixed her very bright eyes on the girl's face. "But we needn't go to the pit, need we?" she said. "I meant to pay for 40. If there are only 6, why shouldn't we have jolly seats somewhere and not waste our time outside the theatre?" "That would be nice," said Kate Rourke. "I always enjoy myself so much more if I am in good company. I have been looking up the plays at the theatres, and there is a very fine piece on at the Prince's. That's in Oxford Street. It is a sort of melodrama. There's a deal of killing in it, and the heroine has to do some desperate deeds." "Oh dear," said Susy with a sigh. "I don't feel somehow as if I much cared where we went. It'll be awful afterwards when the fun is over." "But we will enjoy ourselves, Susy, while the fun lasts," said Kathleen. She tried to believe that she was enjoying herself and was having a right good time. She tried to forget the fact that Alice Tennant might really have seen her off, and that Mrs. Hopkins had justice in her remarks when she begged and implored of Kathleen not to go to the train. "What can she have found out?" she thought. She now turned to Susy. "Has your mother learned anything, Susy?" she said. "What do you mean?" said Susy, turning very pink. "Well, you know, as I was running here, oh, girls, I had such a lark. What do you think happened? That horrid Alice Tennant, ran after me as I was leaving the house. I raced her across the common, and then to get rid of her I climbed up into an oak tree. She never saw me and ran on down the passage. Of course, my only chance of getting to the station was to go by the long way. Halfway there I came across your mother, Susy, and she tried to stop me and said she must speak to me. Dear, she did seem in a state. Evidently there's a great deal of excitement and watching going on in that school." "There will be a great deal of excitement to-morrow," said Susy. "It strikes me it will all be up with us to-morrow. That is, if Ruth tells." "If Ruth tells? What do you mean?" "They are going to do their utmost to get her to tell, and if she does they will call out our names and expel us, that's all. Oh, I can't bear to think of it. I can't bear to think of it." Susy's voice broke. Tears trembled in her bright black eyes, and she turned her head to one side. Kathleen gave her a quick glance. "It will be all right," she said. "Ruth won't tell. Ruth is the kind who never tells. She told me to-day she wouldn't." "She'll be a brick if she doesn't," said Kate Rourke. "But then, of course, you know—" "I know what?" "Oh, nothing. What's the good of making ourselves melancholy on a night like this?" "If I were expelled," said Clara Sawyer, "I should leave Merrifield. I could never lift up my head again. You can't think what impudent sort of boys my brothers are, and they have always twitted me for my good fortune in getting into the Great Shirley School. They say that if we are to be expelled it will be done in public. The governors are determined to read us a lesson. That's what they say." "Who cares what they say?" said Kathleen. "Let them say." "Well, that's what I think, and I dare say half of it is untrue," said little Janey Ford. "I am sure, Janey, wonders will never cease when we see you in this thing," said Susy. "It was disgusting of the others to funk it, but I suppose they were on the right side. Only I do sometimes hate being on the right side. Don't you, Kathleen?" "Yes," said Kathleen in a whisper, and she squeezed Susy's hand. It seemed to her that her soul and Susy's had been met at that moment, and had saluted each other like comrades true. "But how was it you came, Janey? Didn't your little heart funk it altogether?" continued Kate. "I was so mad to come," said Janey. "I am shaking and trembling now like anything. But I had never been to a theatre, and it was such a tremendous temptation. I said about 10 times to myself that I wouldn't come, but 11 times I said that I would, and the 11th time conquered, and here I am. I do hope we'll have a right good time." With this sort of chatter the girls got to London. Here Kate Rourke took the lead. She marshalled their little party in 2 and 2, and so conveyed them out of the station. Outside the yard at Charing Cross they all climbed on the top of an omnibus, and soon were wending their way in the direction of Prince's Theatre, which Kate most strongly advocated. There was no crowd at the theatre this special evening. The piece which was presented on the boards happened to be a fairly good one. The girls got excellent seats, and found themselves in the front row of the family circle. From there they could look down on dazzling scenes, and Kathleen, who had never been to a theatre in the whole course of her life, was delighted. She at least had forgotten what might follow this expedition. Oh yes, they were having a glorious time, and it was quite right to do what you liked sometimes, and quite right to defy your elders. Oh, how many she was defying! Ruth Craven, who would almost have given her life to keep her back from this; Miss Ravenscroft, the head mistress, to whom Kathleen's heart did not go out; her own father, her own aunt, Alice Tennant, oh bother Alice Tennant, and last Mrs. Hopkins. Quite an army of them, thought Kathleen. I have dared to do what none of them approved of, and I am not a bit the worse for it. Darling Dad, your own Kathleen will tell you everything, and you may give me what punishment you think best when the fun is over. But now I am having a jolly good time." So Kathleen did enjoy herself, and made so many saucy remarks between the acts, and looked so radiant, notwithstanding her very plain dress, that several people looked at the beautiful girl and commented about her and her companions. "A school party, my dear," said a lady to her husband. "But I don't see the chaperone," he remarked. And then the lady, who looked again more carefully, could not help observing that these 7 girls were certainly not chaperoned by anyone. A little wonder and a little uneasiness came into her heart. She was a very kind woman herself. She was a motherly woman too, and she thought of her own girls tucked up safely in bed at home, and wondered what she would feel if they were alone at a London theatre at this hour. Presently something impelled her to bend forward and touch Kathleen on her arm. Kathleen gave a little start and faced her. "Forgive me," she said. "I see that you and your companions are schoolgirls, are you not?" To some people Kathleen might have answered, "That is our own affair, not yours," but to this lady, with the courteous face and the gentle voice, she replied in quite a humble tone, "Yes, madam, we are schoolgirls." "And if you will forgive me, dear, have you no lady looking after you?" "No," said Kate Rourke, bending forward at that moment. "We are out for a spree all by our lone selves." Kate gave a loud laugh as she spoke. The lady started back, and could not help contrasting Kathleen's face with those of the other girls. She bent towards her husband and whispered in his ear. The result of this communication was that, the curtain having fallen for the last time, the actors having left the stage, the play being completely over, and the 7 girls being about to get back to Charing Cross as best they could, the lady touched Kathleen on her arm. "You will forgive me, dear," she said. "I am a mother and have daughters of my own. I should not like to see girls in the position you are in without offering to help them." "But what do you mean?" said Kathleen. "I mean this, my dear, that my husband and I will see you 7 back to your home, wherever it is." Kathleen burst out laughing. Then she looked very grave, and her eyes filled with tears as she said, "But mother wouldn't approve of it." "If your mother is the least like me, she would not approve of it. She would be horrified." "I don't think the lady can see us home," here remarked Clara Sawyer, "for if we live at Merrifield, a good long way from London." Again the lady and her husband had a talk together, and then they suggested that they should take the girls back with them to Charing Cross and put them into their train. "But we thought we'd have a bit of supper," said Kate Rourke. "I can get you some things at the railway station. You ought not to wait for supper in town," said the gentleman in a stern voice. Then somehow all the girls felt ashamed of themselves, Kathleen slightly more ashamed than the others. They left the theatre very slowly, with all the lightsomeness and gladness of heart gone. 2 cabs were secured for the little party, and with their kind protectors they were taken back to Charing Cross. Eventually they got seats in a comfortable carriage, and found themselves going back again to Merrifield. "Well, it has been a dull sort of thing altogether," said Clara Sawyer. "What meddlesome people!" "Don't," said Kathleen. "Don't what, Kathleen O'Hara? Why should you speak to me in that reproving voice?" "It isn't that. Only they were like 2 angels. I know it. I am sure of it. We did an awful thing coming to town. I know we did. And I feel detestable." Kathleen bent her head forward and covered it with her hands and sat still. No tears shook her little frame, but there was a storm within. To her dying day Kathleen never forgot that return journey. Truly the fun was all over. The dregs of the cup of pleasure were in their mouths, and there was a fear, great, certain, and very terrible in their hearts. But with all her fear, and they were many, Kathleen thought again and again of the lady who had girls of her own, and of the gentleman who was both stern and chivalrous, who had the manners of a prince and the look of a gentleman.
As long as she lived she remembered those two faces, and the words of the lady, and the smiles with which she said good-bye. She never learned their names. Perhaps she did not want to. End of chapter 15. Chapter 26 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Right Side of the Ledger. Ruth got up rather earlier than usual on that Saturday morning. She had a dull, stunned kind of feeling round her heart. She was glad of that. She was glad that she was not acutely sorry, or acutely glad, or acutely anxious about anything. "If I could always be like this, nothing would matter," she said to herself. She dressed with her usual scrupulous neatness, and after hesitating for a moment, put on her best Sunday serge dress. It was a dark blue serge, very neatly made. She combed back her luxurious hair and tied it with a ribbon to match the dress. She then ran downstairs. "Why, Ruth," said her grandmother, who was pouring some porridge into bowls, "what are you wearing that frock for?" "I thought I would like to, Granny." "Well, to be sure. I trust to goodness you are not getting extravagant. It will be doomsday before we can get you another like it. You must remember that I saved up for it sixpence by sixpence, and it took me nearly all my time and my best endeavours to get it." "I know it, Granny, and when I wear it I feel that you were very kind to give it to me. A girl who wears a dress like this ought to be very, very good, oughtn't she, Granny?" "Well, to be sure, little woman, and so you are. There never was a better child. Sit down now and sup your porridge. It is extra good this morning, and there'll be a drop of cream in that jug which will give it flavour." Ruth sat down to the table and drew her bowl of porridge towards her. The warm, nourishing food seemed to choke her, but all the same she ate it with resolution. "That's right, dear," said her grandmother. "It is putting a bit of colour into your cheeks. You are too white altogether, Ruth. I hope, my dear, you are not working too hard." "No, that's all right," said Ruth, keeping back a groan. "It's a fine thing you're getting into that school," continued Mrs. Craven. "It gives you a chance. Do you know, now, when I look at you and see the pretty little thing you are turning into, and observing your ladylike ways, which everyone remarks on, I think of the time when your father was your age." "Yes, Granny," said Ruth, brightening up and looking earnestly at the old lady. "You never cared to talk about father, but I should greatly like to hear about him this morning." "Well, child, I don't talk of him because it hurts me too much. He was the only child I ever had, and if I live to be 100 I shan't get over his death. But he was like you, very neat in his person, and very particular, and always keen over his books. And do you know what he said to his father? It was when he was 15 years old, just for all the world about the age you are now. I mind the time as well as if it was yesterday. Her father and I were sitting by the hearth, and a boy came and stood near us. Your grandfather looked up at him, and his blue eyes seemed to melt with love and pride, and he said, 'What will you be, my boy? Will you let me teach you the business, and save up all the money I can for you to sell groceries on a bigger scale? There's many a small business like mine which, when built up, means a great big business and much wealth. If you have a turn that way, I could set you on your legs. I am certain of it. I'd like to do it. Would you like that best, or would you rather have a profession and be made a gentleman?" "The gentleman part doesn't matter," said our boy in reply to that. "But I think, father, if you can give me my choice, I'd like best to be that which, if necessary, would oblige me to give my life." "What do you mean?" asked his father, and the lad explained with his eyes shining. "I have only got one life," he said,
and I'd like to give it if necessary." "To tell the truth, Ruth, I could not understand him." "But I can," said Ruth. She hastily put down her porridge spoon and jumped to her feet. "I can understand," she continued, "and I am proud of him. So he went into the army. I wish you could have seen him in his uniform. And his father paid for every scrap of the whole thing, and educated him and all. Oh dear, it was a proud moment. But we weren't proud afterwards when we heard that he was killed. His father reminded me of his words, 'I'd like to be that for which I could give my life if necessary.'" There was quite a pink colour in each of Ruth's cheeks now, and her eyes were very bright. "I will go and see grandfather," she said, "and then I must be off to school." She left the kitchen and went into the tiny parlour where the old man was seated. It was his fashion to get up early and go straight to the parlour and read or talk softly to himself. For a couple of months now he had never sat in the kitchen. He said it caused a buzzing in his head. Mrs. Craven brought him his meals into the little parlour. He had finished his breakfast when Ruth, in her neat Sunday dress, entered the room. There was an exalted feeling in her heart, caused by the narrative which her grandmother had told her of her father. "Well, little woman," said the old man, "and you are off to school? Or is it school? Perhaps it is Sunday morning and you are off to church." "No, grandfather, it is Saturday morning. Quite a different thing." "Well, my love, I am as pleased as Punch about that school. I can't tell you how I think about it, and love to feel that my own little lass is doing so well there. And if you get the scholarship, why, we will be made. We won't have another care nor anxiety. We won't have another wrinkle of trouble as long as we remain in the world." Ruth went straight over to the old man, knelt down by his side, and looked into his face. "Stroke my hair, granddad," she said. He raised his trembling hand and placed it on her head. "That is nice," she said, and caught his hand as it went backwards and forwards over her silky black hair and kissed it. "Granddad," she said after a pause, "is it the best thing, quite the best thing, always to come out on the right side of the ledger?" Listen to the little woman," said the old man, much pleased and interested by her words. "Why, of course, Ruth, it is the only thing."
"But does it mean sometimes, grandfather, dishonor?"
"No, it never means that," said Mr. Craven gravely and thoughtfully. "But I will tell you what, Ruthie, it does mean sometimes all you have got."
"Yes," said Ruth, "I understand." She rose to her feet. "Do you think my father would have come out on the right side of the ledger?"
"Ah, child, when he lay dead on the field of battle, he came very much out on the right side, to my thinking. But why that melancholy note in your voice, Ruth? And why are your cheeks so flushed? Is there anything the matter?"
"Kiss me," said Ruth. "I am glad you have said what you did about father. I am more glad than sorry, on the whole, this morning. Good-bye, grandfather." She kissed him. Then she raised her flower-like head and walked out of the room with a gentle dignity all her own.
"What has come to that little woman?" thought the old man.
But in a minute or two he forgot her, and called to his wife to bring him the account books. "Why do you bother yourself about them?" she asked.
"It has come over me," he replied, "that I have counted things wrong, and that I'll come out on the right side if I'm a bit more careful. Put the books on this little table, and leave me for an hour or two. That's right, old woman." "Very well, old man," she replied, and she pushed the table towards him, put the account books thereon, and left the room. Meanwhile Ruth went slowly to school. She was in good time. There was no need to hurry. The morning was fresh and beautiful. There was a gentle breeze which fanned her face. It seemed to her that if she let her soul go it would mount on that breeze and get up high above the clouds and the temptations of earth. "I am glad," she said to herself. "The right side of the ledger means giving up all, and the best of life is to be able to lose it if necessary. I will cling to these two thoughts, and I don't believe, if the worst comes, that anything can really hurt me." When she got near the school she was met by Mrs. Hopkins. She was amazed to see that good woman, as that hour she was usually busily engaged in her shop. But Mrs. Hopkins took the bull by the horns and said quietly: "I came out on purpose to see you, Ruth Craven." "Well, and what do you want?" asked Ruth. "My dear, you are not looking too well. Please do not mind my looks. It is just this, dear. There will be no end of a fuss in the school to-day." Ruth did not reply. "And they will press you hard." Ruth still made no answer. "You know what it will mean if you tell." Ruth's grave eyes were fixed on Mrs. Hopkins' face. "Child, I don't want to doubt you. Nobody who knows you could do that. But it will mean ruin to poor Susy and to many and many a girl at the Great Shirley School. It isn't so much Miss O'Hara we mean. Miss O'Hara has gone into this with her eyes open, and she is rich, and what is disgrace to her in this little part of England, when she herself lives in a great big castle in Ireland, and she is a queen, lady, and all the rest. But it means such a frightful lot to so many. Now, Susy, for instance, I meant to apprentice her to a good trade when she had gone through her course of work at the Great Shirley, but she will have to be a servant, a little maid of all work, and I think that would break my heart if she was expelled." "And what do you want me to do, Mrs. Hopkins?" "Oh, my dear, not to think of yourself, but of the many who will be ruined. Not to tell, Ruth Craven." Ruth gave a gentle smile. Then she put out her small, slim hand and touched Mrs. Hopkins, and then turned and continued her walk to the school. There were a group of foundationers standing round the entrance. Ruth longed to avoid them, but they saw her and clustered round her, and each and all began to whisper in her ears: "You will be faithful, Ruth. Nothing will induce you to tell. It will be hard on you, but you won't ruin so many of us. It is better for one to suffer than for all to suffer. You won't tell, will you, Ruth?" Ruth made no reply in words. The great bell rang, the doors of the school were flung wide, and the girls, Ruth amongst them, entered. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. After the fun comes the deluge. Kathleen O'Hara's nature was of the kind that rises to the top of the mountains and sinks again to the lowest valleys. She had been on the tip-top of the hills of her own fantasy all that evening. When she ran quickly home under the stars, she began to realize what she had done. She had done something of which her mother would have been ashamed. Not for a moment had Kathleen thought of this way of looking at her escapade until she read the truth in the eyes of the unknown but most kind lady. She despised herself for her own action, but she did not dread discovery. It did not occur to her as possible that what she and her companions had done could be known. If no one knew, no one need be at more sorry or at all more unhappy on the account of her action. "Poor Wild Irish girls, they are getting into hot water," she said to herself. "But this little bit of fun need never be told to anyone." Kathleen had let herself out of the house by the strong rope of ivy. She meant to return to her bedroom the same way. Alice was a very sound sleeper. It did not occur to her that Alice on that particular night might be awake. She reached the foot of the window in perfect safety, saw that the ivy looked precisely as it had looked when she climbed down it, and began her upward ascent. This was decidedly more difficult than her downward one, but she was light of foot and agile. Had she not climbed dangerous crags after young eaglets at home? By and by she reached the window sill. How nice! The window was partly open. She pushed it wider and got in. The room was in darkness, so much the better. She stepped softly, reached her own bed, undressed, and lay down. How nice of Alice to be sound asleep! Then, of course, it was not Alice she saw standing on the platform, looking at her with reproachful, horrid eyes. "I must have dreamt it," thought Kathleen. "Now all is well, and I shall sleep like a top until the morning." This, however, was no easy fate. Alice's quiet breathing sounded not many feet away, and after a time it seemed to get on Kathleen's nerves. She moved restlessly in her bed. Alice awoke and complained of the cold. "The window is a little open," said Kathleen. "Shall I shut it?" Alice made no answer. Kathleen jumped up, shut the window, and fastened it. She then got back into bed. In the morning Alice called out to her. "Is your headache better?" "Had I one?" began Kathleen. Then she blushed. Then she laughed. Then she said, "Oh, it is quite well." Alice gazed steadily at her. It seemed to Kathleen that Alice's eyes were full of something very terrible. "Are you coming to school to-day?" asked Alice the next moment. "Of course. Why do you ask such a strange question?" "I should think you would wish to, but there is no accounting for what some people can live through." "Alice, what do you mean?" "What I say." "Explain yourself." "No." "Is there anything very awful going to happen at school?" "You will find out for yourself when you get there." "Dear me," said Kathleen, "you look as if the deluge was coming." "And so it is," said Alice. She had finished dressing by now, and she went out of the room. The two girls went down to breakfast. Alice's face was still full of an awful suppressed knowledge, which she would not let out to anyone. But Mrs. Tennant was smiling and looking just as usual, and the boys were as fond of Kathleen as was their wont. She had completely won their immature masculine hearts, and they invariably sat one on each side of her at meals, helped her to the best the table contained, and fussed over her in a way that pleased her young majesty. Kathleen was very glad that morning to get the boys' attention. She determined to sit with her back slightly turned to Alice, in order not to look into her face. They were about halfway through breakfast when there came a ring at the front door, and Cassandra Weldon's voice was heard. Alice went out to her. The two girls kept whispering together in the passage. Presently Alice returned to the breakfast room, and Kathleen now noticed that her eyes were red, as though she had just been indulging in a bout of crying. "What can be the matter?" she thought. "Why, my dear Alice," said her mother, looking up at this moment, "what did Cassandra want? And what is the matter with you? Have you bad news?" "Yes, mother," answered Kathleen. "But what is it, dear?" "You will know soon enough, mother." "That is exactly what you said to me upstairs," said Kathleen, driven desperate by Alice's manner. "I do wish you would speak out. Do get her to speak out, Mrs. Tennant. She hints at something awful going to happen at school to-day. I declare I won't go if it is as bad as that." "It would be like you not to come," said Alice. "But I think you will come. I don't think you will be allowed to be absent." "Allowed?" said Kathleen. "Who is going to prevent me staying away from school if I wish to?" "The vote of the majority," said Alice very firmly. "Now look here, Kathleen, don't make a fuss. It is wrong for the girls of the Great Shirley School to be absent themselves without due reason." "Well, I have a headache. I had one last night." "No, you have not." "Alice, dear, why do you speak to Kathleen like that?" said her mother. "What is the matter with you, Kathleen? Do keep your temper, Alice. I am sorry something has annoyed you so much." "It is past speaking about, mother. You will understand all too soon. Kathleen, it is time for us to be going." "I am not going," said Kathleen. "So there." "Kathleen, you are." "No." "Come, Kathleen, come." "You needn't fuss about me. I am not coming." "Kathleen, dear, I think you ought to go. Go for my sake," said Mrs. Tennant. Kathleen looked up then, saw the anxiety in Mrs. Tennant's face, and her heart relented. She was in reality not at all afraid of what might be going to happen at school. If there was to be a fray, she desired nothing better than to be in the midst of it. "All right," she said, "I will go, but I won't go yet. I am going to be late this morning. I can see by your manner, Alice, that I have got into disgrace. Now, I can't think what disgrace I have got into, unless some horrid girls have been prying and telling tales out of school. That sort of thing I should think even the Great Shirley girls would not attempt. Unless some one has been mean enough to act in that way, there is nothing in the world to prevent my going to school and taking my accustomed place, and disporting myself in my usual manner. I shall get a bad mark for being late. That is the worst that can happen to me. I am going to be very late, so you can go on by yourself, Alice." Alice very nearly stamped her foot. She went so far as to beg and implore of Kathleen, but Kathleen was imperturbable. "You are very naughty, Kathleen," said Mrs. Tennant, but Kathleen ran up to her and kissed her. "You and I will have some fun perhaps this afternoon," she said. "I have got a lot of new plans in my head. They are all about you, and to make you happy and not so tired. Don't be cross with me. I'll promise that I'll never be naughty again after today." Mrs. Tennant said nothing more. A minute or two later Alice left the house. It was quite an hour after Alice had departed that Kathleen took it into her head that she might as well stroll towards the school. On Saturdays school was over a little earlier than other days. There was a special class which she was anxious not to miss, for in spite of herself she was becoming interested in certain portions of her lessons. Her depression had now left her, and she felt excited, but at the same time irritated. A spirit of defiance came over her. She went upstairs and selected from her heterogeneous wardrobe one of her very prettiest and most fashionable and most unsuitable dresses. She put on a hat trimmed with flowers and feathers, and a sash of many colours round her waist. Over all she slipped her dark blue velvet jacket, and with rich sables round her neck and wrists, she ran downstairs. "Why, Kathleen, any one would suppose you were going to a concert," said Mrs. Tennant. "Ah, my dear good friend, I like to look jolly once in a way. I am certain to get a bad mark for unpunctuality, so I may as well get it looking my best as my worst. You don't blame me for that, do you? No, go off now, dear, and don't let me find you so troublesome again." Kathleen started off. She ran across the common and reached the doors of the great school exactly 1 hour after she ought to have arrived. To her amazement, she saw quite a crowd of people waiting outside, and amongst them was Mrs. Hopkins. There were several other mothers as well, and when they saw Kathleen they turned their backs on her, and one or two were heard to say aloud, "It's she who has done it." But Mrs. Hopkins did not turn her back on Kathleen. She came close to her and even took her hand. "Why are you late, miss?" she said. "But perhaps it is best. Miss O'Hara, you won't forget my poor aunt. You will be sure to get her the little almshouse in Ireland." "Yes, of course I will," said Kathleen. "Aunt Katie has written about it already, and I will write tonight. You may tell Mrs. Church that it is absolutely quite certain that she will get it. What is the matter, Mrs. Hopkins? How strange you look! And all those other women, they seem to be quite cross with me. What have I done?" "Ah, miss, I keep saying to them that it is because you are Irish and you don't know frolic from serious mischief. Bless your heart, miss, it is you are that kind. You mean kindly, no one more so, and so I have said to them." "But it will be a nice thing if my girl gets expelled owing to her," said a sour-faced woman.
coming forward now and placing her arms akimbo just in front of Kathleen. "Is it that every one is thinking about?" said Kathleen. She stood still for a minute. The colour left her face. She felt a wave of tempestuous blood pressing against her heart. Then it all rushed back in a fiery colour into her cheeks and in brightness to her eyes. "And Alice knew of this," she said to herself. "And when I didn't come to school this morning, she thought that I was afraid. Afraid! Don't keep me, good people," said Kathleen. "Make way, please. I am sorry I am a little late." She walked past them all. When she got as far as the school door, she turned to Mrs. Hopkins. "You can tell your aunt that the almshouse is safe," she said, and then she blew a kiss to her and disappeared into the school. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Who was the ringleader? In the passage a monitress was standing, and when she saw Kathleen, she came up to her and said in an agitated tone, "They are all assembled in the great hall. Go in quickly. You may be in time after all." The voice of the monitress quite shook, and there was a troubled, very neatly tearful expression in her eyes. "But why is the whole school in the central hall?" asked Kathleen. "Why are they not in their different classrooms?" Go in," said the monitress. "You will know when you find yourself there, and there is not a moment to lose." So Kathleen, impelled by a curious power which seemed to drive her whether she will it or not, opened the door of the great central hall and entered. She found it quite full. The 400 girls who composed the Great Shirley School were all present. So were the teachers, and so were the professors who came to give them music and drawing and literature lessons. So was the head mistress, Miss Ravenscroft, and also, seated on the same little raised platform, were the 6 ladies who formed the governors. The governors sat in a little circle, Miss Mackenzie in the middle. Miss Mackenzie looked hard and very firm. Her iron grey hair, her false teeth, her prominent nose, and her rather cruel, still grey eyes made themselves felt all down the long room. The other ladies also looked as they usually did, except that Mrs. Naylor had traces of tears in her eyes, and bent forward several times to whisper something to Miss Mackenzie, who invariably shook her head and looked more stern than ever. There was evidently a moment's pause, and the whole school was in a waiting attitude when Kathleen made her appearance. All eyes were then turned in her direction. All eyes fixed themselves on the showily dressed and very handsome child who suddenly entered the room. "It is Kathleen O'Hara! It is Kathleen O'Hara herself! Well, she has come at last. Yes, it is Kathleen O'Hara," passed from lip to lip, until Kathleen felt that her name had got round her and above her and to the right and left of her. She had an instant's sensation of absolute fear. She had a flashing desire to turn tail and run out of the room. But the same power which had pushed her into the room now sent her right up to the long central hall past all the watching, expectant, eager-looking girls. Outside, someone had said that she would be afraid. No, whatever the danger, she knew she could keep her own. She was not Kathleen O'Hara of Carrigan Castle for nothing. "Come here, Miss O'Hara," said the voice of Miss Ravenscroft that moment. Kathleen obeyed at once. She found a seat on the front bench, dropped into it, and at the same moment encountered the almost malicious glance of Alice Tennant. She turned away from Alice. That look seemed suddenly to steady her nerves. She was afraid just for a moment that she might give way to something, she knew not what, but Alice's look hardened her heart. Time had been given Kathleen to take her place, to recover any emotion she might have felt by her sudden entrance, and then Miss Ravenscroft rose to her feet.
"It is my painful duty," she said, "to have to say something which distresses me far more than I can give you any idea of. My dear girls, you have all been summoned to attend in this hall to-day in order to meet the governors of the school, Miss Mackenzie, Mrs. Naylor, Mrs. Ross, the Misses Scott, and Miss Jane Smythe. These ladies have come to meet you because they wish thoroughly to investigate a most disgraceful matter which has been lately going on in the school." Mrs. Ravenscroft paused and looked around her. "I allude," she said, "to the insurrection in our midst, a sort of civil war in our camp. There are, I am given to understand, in the midst of this hitherto well conducted and admirable school, a number of girls who have banded themselves together in disregard of its laws, and who have made for themselves laws contrary to the peace-abiding principles of this great school and noble institution, who meet at unseemly hours, who preach rebellion each to the other, who dare to publicly break the laws of the school, and who defy the express wishes of myself as head mistress and the governors of the school by insisting on continuing their wicked meetings. And last night a certain number of these girls actually took it upon themselves to go to London, to do what I can't say, and to return at midnight alone and unchaperoned. Such conduct is so unworthy, so undignified, and so absolutely sinful that there is only one course to pursue. The girls who are rebellious in the school must be exposed, their conduct must be investigated, and a very heavy punishment awarded to them." Here Miss Ravenscroft looked round her. She caught the eye of Miss Mackenzie, who beckoned to her and whispered something in her ear. "Miss Mackenzie bids me say that if the girls who belong to this society will at this moment give up the name of their ringleader, they themselves will be forgiven. What punishment they receive will only be connected with their work in the school, and may possibly exclude them from competing for certain scholarships during this present term, but for the rest nothing further will be said. But it is essential that the name of the ringleader, as well as her rules and her motives, should be declared." Miss Ravenscroft paused again and looked down the whole length of the long hall. She looked to right and left. "Don't let any girl think," she said after a pause, "that she is acting nobly by suppressing information which is for the benefit of the school. I do not ask the girls who are spoken of as paying girls to expose their companions, nor do I ask those foundationers who have not joined the band of insurgents to betray their fellows. But what I do ask is this: that the girls themselves, the rebels, should rise in a body and point to their leader. With that leader the governors will deal. The girls themselves will have forgiveness." Miss Ravenscroft again paused. The silence which followed might be felt. Susy Hopkins bent her head and sobbed. Janey Ford trembled all over, and clutched tightly the hand of her companion. But no one spoke. It was at that moment that Kathleen calmly and slowly raised her face and looked around her. She looked back and caught the eyes of at least a dozen of those foundationers whom she had pitied and helped and been jolly with. She looked to the right then, and met as many more faces of girls whom she knew, and who were members of the Wild Irish Girls' Society. Then very calmly she resumed her nonchalant attitude in the front row of the schoolgirls. Miss Ravenscroft meanwhile stood waiting. Still no one spoke. "Will no one speak?" she said. "Will no girl present be brave enough to save the school?" Still there was silence. "This is a very good and a great school," said Miss Ravenscroft. "It gives for a very trifling sum an education worthy of the very best and most expensive schools in England. It was founded some 100 years ago by those who thought much and in advance of their time, in an age when girls were almost uneducated, when nothing further was required from them than a smattering of reading and writing. These wise and far-seeing people said that they would give the girls of the future a chance. So they left money for the purpose, and that money, wisely invested, has borne fruit. The great school was built, and has for generations helped many girls who otherwise might not have been able to earn their own bread. Even for the paying girls, the expense for all they receive is but a trifle. But the school does more than that. It was the wish of the foundationers that there should always be 100 foundationers on the school list, and these girls are admitted free. They pay nothing in hard cash for what they receive. They are taught liberally. They have the best rooms, the best laboratories, the best music, the best art are supplied to them. If they have talent, they have every chance of bringing it to the fore, for the education is thorough and generous. But the school does even more than this. It opens up scholarships, many scholarships, of great value for those special girls who call themselves foundationers. Now, my dear girls of the Great Shirley School, you must clearly understand that no establishment of this kind can be worked except on certain lines, and these lines mean order, method, and obedience. Rules must be made, and these rules at any cost must be obeyed. These rules are made not only to enable the girls to get the best possible education out of the school, but also that the greater education of mind and heart, which alone can build up a fine and useful character, may not be neglected. That sort of education can only be given by conforming to principles. Now, there are certain principles which every girl who comes into the school is bound to adhere to. She is bound on all occasions to behave with sobriety, with a sense of modesty and true womanly feeling. She is never, if she is a true member of the school, to join herself to rebels who do not believe in its rules. Now, there is not the slightest doubt that the society which you girls, a certain number of you, have joined is rebellious, has bad effects, and has rules of its own which are absolutely contrary to the rules of the Great Shirley School. It is impossible for you to be members of this society and to be members of the Great Shirley School. If, therefore, you do not immediately forsake that society, and immediately promise here and now that you will give it up forever, we shall have the painful duty of expelling you from the school. You have a few minutes in which to decide. Nobody wants to be hard on you. Nobody wants to be hard on your founder, although she must no longer take her place as a member of this school. But if you don't confess, very stringent and terrible methods will have to be resorted to. Miss Ravenscroft here resumed her seat. There was a faint applause which came from different parts of the room, but was not unanimous, and soon died away. After that there was silence. Miss Mackenzie bent forward and made some notes in a little black book which she held upon her lap. Mrs. Naylor took her handkerchief and wiped the tears from her eyes. The other governors looked depressed and uneasy. Meanwhile, Miss Ravenscroft sat with her eyes fixed on the different girls in their different forms. There was no movement. Kathleen drew herself up proudly. "They are not quite such cads," she said under her breath. But just as the thought came to her, Miss Mackenzie, the woman most respected and most dreaded in the whole of Merrifield, rose slowly to her feet. "Girls of the Great Shirley School," she said, "your head mistress, Miss Ravenscroft, has conveyed to you a message from me, and from the other governors. The message is to the effect that if those silly girls who have allied themselves to that most ridiculous society, the Wild Irish Girls, will give the name of the leader, they shall be forgiven. Do you accept, foundationers, or do you decline?" Dead silence ensued. "I presume," said Miss Mackenzie, after a pause of a full minute, "that your silence means refusal. I have therefore to turn to a certain young girl in this school who was a member of the Wild Irish Girls' Society, and who has now left it. Ruth Craven, have the goodness to step forward." Ruth had been seated in the fourth bench. She rose slowly. Kathleen felt a curious tremor run through her, but she did not move a muscle. Only when Ruth appeared at the edge of the platform, it was with the greatest effort, she could keep herself from jumping up, taking her hand and mounting the platform by her side. "Step up here, Miss Craven," said Miss Mackenzie. Ruth did so. "Will you have the goodness to stand just here, Miss Craven?" Ruth went to the place indicated. "You can now face me, and your schoolfellows can also see you. Girls, I have requested Ruth Craven to take the prominent position she now occupies in order that you may all see her. You all know her, do you not? Those who know Ruth Craven, hold up their hands." Immediately there was a great show of uplifted hands. "I presume that you all like her?" Again the hands went up, and Kathleen's was raised the highest of all. Ruth's little face, however, remained perfectly white and still. Only her eyes were dark with emotion. She kept thinking of her father. "I should like that which would make me give my life, if necessary," he had said, and her grandfather had said, "Sometimes when you come out on the right side of the ledger it means giving all that you possess." Ruth could scarcely see the faces which rose up like a great ocean beneath her, but she remembered her father's words very distinctly. "You all see Ruth Craven," continued Miss Mackenzie. "As far as I know, she is a good girl, and I judge by your method of answering my question that she is a popular girl. I know at last that she is poor. I have heard a great deal about her intellectual endowments, and believe that this school could be of immense advantage to her. I believe, in short, that she is the typical sort of girl of whom the founders thought when they instituted this great and noble house of learning. Nevertheless, Ruth Craven must fall if necessary for the good of the many. Ruth, I wish to ask you a certain question. You were a member of that rebellious society, the Wild Irish Girls?" "Yes, Miss Mackenzie." Ruth's "yes" was very clear. Her face looked modest but firm. There was not the slightest hesitation in the words she uttered. Her speech was not loud, but it could be heard to the end of the great hall. "You are no longer a member?" "No." 3 days ago I and the other governors sent for you to ask you certain questions. You refused to answer those questions then. We gave you 3 days to consider, telling you that if at the end of that time you still kept to your resolution, there was only one thing for us to do, and that was to make an example of you in the presence of the entire school. In short, to take from you your right of membership, and to expel you from the school, taking from you all privileges, all chances of acquiring learning, and the different valuable scholarships which this school was opening to you. We came to this most painful resolve, knowing well that it would cast a blight upon your life, that wherever you went the knowledge that you had been publicly expelled from the Great Shirley School would follow you, that you would, in short, step down, Ruth Craven. I quite understand from the expression on your face that you are the sort of child who imagines that she is doing right when she keeps back the knowledge which she thinks she ought not to betray. But we governors do not agree with you. There are 6 of us here, and we wish to tell you that if you now refuse the information which we wish to obtain from you, you will do wrong. You are young and cannot know as much as we do. We earnestly beg of you, therefore, not to make a martyr of yourself in a silly and ridiculous cause. Mrs. Naylor, will you now say what you think to Ruth Craven?" "I think, dear child," said Mrs. Naylor, speaking in a tremulous voice which could scarcely be heard halfway down the room, "that it would be best for you not to conceal the truth." "And I agree," said Mrs. Ross. "We all agree," said the Misses Scott and Miss Jane Smith. "We all think, dear," continued Mrs. Naylor, "that for the sake of any chivalrous ideas, quite worthy in themselves, it is a considerable pity for you to spoil your life. You are not the sort of child who could stand disgrace." and you don't look the sort of child who would under ordinary circumstances act the idiot," said Miss Mackenzie sharply. "As to the chivalrous nature of your silence, I fail to see it. I hope you have carefully considered the position and are prepared to act openly and honourably. By doing you will save the school and yourself. Now then, Ruth Craven, will you come a little more forward? Stand just there. Girls, you can all see Ruth Craven, can you not?" The girls held up their hands in token that they could. "I will therefore at once proceed to question her," continued Miss Mackenzie. There was just a moment's pause, and during that complete silence a dreadful rushing noise came into Kathleen O'Hara's head. The floor for an instant seemed to rise up, as though it would strike her. Then she felt composed, but very cold and white. She fixed her eyes full on Ruth. "I will hear her out. I must hear the thing out," she kept saying to herself. Afterwards, but I must hear the whole thing out." Miss Mackenzie turned, and in a very emphatic voice began to question. "You are prepared to reply to the following questions?" she said. Ruth's very steady eyes were raised. She fixed them on Miss Mackenzie. Her lips were firmly shut. Nothing could be quieter than her attitude. She did not show a trace of emotion. Always pale, she looked a little paler now than her wont. Her dark eyes seemed to darken and grow full of intense emotion. Otherwise no one could have told that she was suffering or feeling anything in particular. "But I know what she is going through," thought Kathleen. She clenched her hands so tightly that the nails went into the delicate flesh. She was glad of the pain. It kept her from screaming aloud. "The first question I have to ask," said Miss Mackenzie, "is this: how many of the foundation girls have joined the rebels?" Ruth came a step nearer. "How many? I can't quite hear you." "I am sorry," said Ruth then, "but I can't tell you." Miss Mackenzie, without any show of emotion, immediately entered Ruth's answer in a little book, which she held in her hand. "Oh, don't, Miss Mackenzie, don't be harsh," gasped little Mrs. Naylor. Miss Mackenzie, as though she had not heard the voice of her sister governor, proceeded. "What is the name of the founder of the society?" "I am not prepared to say," replied Ruth. Again this answer was recorded. "Can you give me an exact account of the rules of the society, its motives, its bearing generally?" The same negative reply was the result of this question. "Do you know anything whatever of the disgraceful escapade which took place last night, when a certain number of the members of this society went to London and returned by themselves at midnight?" Ruth's face cleared a little at this question. "I cannot answer because I know nothing," she said. A slight look of relief was visible on the faces of the unfortunate girls who had gone to town with Kathleen on the preceding night. A few more questions were asked, Ruth replying on every occasion in the negative. "I can't say," or "I will not say," were the only words that were wrung from her lips. "In short," said Miss Mackenzie very quietly, "you have decided, Ruth Craven, you, an ignorant, silly little girl, to defy the governors of this school. All justice has been dealt out to you, and all patience. The consequence of your mad action has been explained to you with the utmost fullness. You have been given time, abundant time, to consider. You have chosen from what false motives it is impossible to say." "My dear," interrupted Mrs. Naylor, "the child means well, I am assured." "From what false motives it is impossible to say," continued Miss Mackenzie, not taking the slightest notice of the little governor's futile appeal. "You have decided to wreck your own life and to ruin the school. It was to have been your noble privilege to save the school in a time of extremity. You have chosen the unworthy cause. It is therefore my painful duty to call upon Miss Ravenscroft as head mistress to expel you, Ruth Craven, from this school. You are no longer a member of the Great Shirley School. You are " "Hold!" cried Kathleen. Her voice rang out sharp and clear. It was heard all over the school, and was so imperative, so startling, so unexpected, that even Miss Mackenzie lost her self-control and fell back in silence. "Hold!" cried Kathleen again. "You have said enough. I don't think you ought to go on. You are torturing the noblest girl in the world. But Kathleen O'Hara, bad as she is, cannot endure this last insult. Girls, Wild Irish Girls, you who belong to my society, I as your queen desire you to come forward. Come forward in a body at once." What was there in the young voice that impelled? What was there in the young face that stimulated, that caused fear to slink out of sight and courage to come to the fore, that caused hearts to beat high with generous emotion? Not a single girl failed Kathleen in this moment of her appeal. They clambered over their seats, they bent under the forms, they got out in any fashion, until she was surrounded by the 60 girls who formed her society. She glanced round her. Her dark blue eyes grew full of sweetness, and there was a look on her face which made the girls for the moment feel that they would die for her. "Come, girls," said their queen. "Come, there is room on the platform." She sprang up the couple of steps without another word, and the girls followed her. "Do what you like with Ruth Craven, Miss Mackenzie," she cried, "but put your questions over again to me, and I will answer them one after the other. Then expel me and my companions, turn us out of the school, but keep the girl who would be a credit to you." Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. End of the Great Rebellion. No one knew quite what happened next. Some of the girls went off into violent hysterics. Others rushed out of the great hall, half fainting, while others controlled themselves and listened as best they could. The scene was vivid and picturesque. Mrs. Naylor sobbed quite audibly, and took hold of Ruth's hand, and even kissed it. But as she did so, Kathleen herself came near and flung her arm round Ruth's neck. "If you mean to expel Ruth, you will expel me," she said. "But won't you forgive her? If her ideas were wrong, they were at least generous, and you know that I won't trouble you any more. I am very sorry, but I don't think that I was made to suit a great school like this, and I give up the society. Yes, absolutely, so you won't have any rebels present in your midst again. Expel me, but keep her, for she will be the flower of your school, the greatest ornament, one you will talk of in the dim years of the future. Don't let me feel that I have spoilt her life."
"But why did you act so, Kathleen O'Hara?" said Miss Mackenzie. "Why did you, a silly young girl, come over here, a stranger, to ruin the school and make us all unhappy?" "I can't answer you that," said Kathleen, flinging out her hands. "I did what I was made to do. I am a rebel by nature. I believe I shall always be a rebel. I shall go home to father and mother and tell them I am not suited for a school like this. But don't expel Ruth, and don't expel the others." "But we will all go if you are not kept," suddenly cried one of the 60. Kathleen never quite knew which, and suddenly one girl after another began to speak up for her. They all promised that if Kathleen were allowed to remain, and if the whole story of the Great Rebellion was allowed to blow over, they would work as they had never done before. They wanted their queen to stay with them. Would the governors forgive their queen, just because she was an Irish girl and like no one else? How it came to pass was impossible to tell. There was something about Kathleen, the bold, bright, and yet generous look on her face, the love which darted out of her eyes when she grasped Ruth's hand, that even impressed Miss Mackenzie. She said after a pause that she was willing to reconsider matters, and that she and all the other governors
would meet in a day or two to give their opinion. Thus the school broke up. It had lived through its greatest and most exciting hour. But when Kathleen was seen going through the gates, her arm flung round Ruth's waist, and all the 60 girls following at her heels, such a cheer went up from the anxious mothers and fathers and brothers, for many fresh people had come to swell the crowd since Kathleen entered the school, as was never heard before in Merrifield. Thus ended the Great Rebellion. It is spoken of to this day as the greatest and most conspicuous event in the school's history. For after all, the governors were lenient, and no girl was expelled. Kathleen, as years went on, became far and away the most popular girl in the school. Her talents were of the most brilliant order. Her very faults seemed in one way to add to her charms. In one sense she was always a more or less troublesome girl, but where she loved deeply, and from that hour she gave up all thought of rebellion either against the governors or against Miss Ravenscroft. Ruth was Kathleen's greatest friend. Her grandfather got better. His heart was never broken by the knowledge of that terrible disgrace which the child so feared that she would bring him. Mrs. Church became one of the Irish almswomen, and grumbled a good deal at the change in her position. Mrs. Hopkins's debt was cleared off, and all the characters in this story did well, and were proud to admit that they owed most of their future prosperity to the wild Irish girl, Kathleen O'Hara. The End. End of chapter 29. End of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.